Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Good morning.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5 seconds, 4, 3, 2, 1. In Visualize Live.
Good morning. Good morning. It's so lovely to be back with you. I feel like it's been ages since I've been here in the studio, so it's lovely to be back with you. How is everybody? How have you been? It's going to be a fabulous day today. Very, very busy day. We've got Sallieann Harrison here, who I have not seen, I'm going to say, for over a year. She actually hasn't been on air for a year, so it's been even longer than that. We've not seen her for ages and ages. And she's got 4 brand new projects with us, so it's really, really exciting. And we've got Stuart Hillard, brand new fabric collection, brand new William Morris quilt, and one of his best-selling books back. So there's so much going on today. Now, I know that you've had an amazing weekend with lovely John. It was his birthday. Is it the 19th today? Tomorrow. It's his official birthday tomorrow. Is it the same? Does he share the birthday with your dad? The same year as well. The same year. Now, I know a lot of people, as I say, have been shopping all weekend. So we did say, right, we're going to have to pull out the big guns today. We're going to have to try and bring some real special deals. So we're going to start. One of my faves. This is your needle gripper tools. We've got a whole hour of tools and deals galore, starting as we always do, though, with our early bird special. Now, these were introduced to me by Helen Rhiannon, who is an amazing dressmaker. She was first introduced to me when she was launching her book on soft toys, and these were her top tips for tools. She said you need needle grippers. Now, they've got lots of different names in the industry, whether they're needle grippers, hemostats, or forceps, which I don't really like that makes you go all a bit funny. But it was actually like a medical tool, and we as crafters have adopted it because it is brilliant for so many different reasons. Now, they look like scissors. They're not sharp. They have got little teeth inside and they lock in place. So they've got little teeth that aren't sharp, but they are just grooves that will basically grip onto your needle. So if you're changing your needle in your overlocker, these are fantastic. What Helen used these for with her toy making was using it as a bit of a pokey tool, because it's not a complete sharp end, to be able to get all of her seams lovely and flat on the arms and the legs of her toys, but also for teasing apart the toy stuffing and stuffing in long limbs. You know, if you're making like a Tilda doll, they've notoriously got really, really slim, long limbs, haven't they? So to be able to stuff them is really difficult, but with these, it makes it so easy. Okay, that is not your price today. If you don't already have these in your sewing room, this is the way to do it. I think that might be one of the best prices we've ever done on these. I think it is. It's the lowest price we've ever done. Levi, would you come and refresh my screen, please? £7.99. Let me know what you've been up to, where have you been a week. I've been, it was the twins' birthday last week. So we've been in Centre Parks, and I can confirm to Ben, who was telling me that it wasn't very nice there. It's absolutely lovely. So good. It's so good. I don't know whether Centre Parks had a Quilt, but I've never been before, but I absolutely rate it. It was very good. Hayley's there next week. And Ian's there next week as well. Not together, they're there with their families, but I think at different, I don't know whether it's different weeks, but they're both there, yeah. It might be next week, it might be the week after. I'm sure it's the 20-something that she's going to the Centre Parks, but it's very good. £7.99, lowest price we've done. And anybody who is a toy maker, or bags, this is great as well. Anything, or if you've got an overlock of changing your overlocking needle, if you do quilting, hand quilting, and if you've got loads of layers and you struggle to pull your needle through, this will grip onto your needle and help you with hand quilting or sewing through thicker layers. Like imagine if you're quilting onto denim, for example, then this would be absolutely perfect for that. Just £7.99, lowest ever price on these. Now, just so you know, we only have double figures on these and they always sell very, very well. And now we're at the lowest price point. Yeah, fabulous deal. Now come and say hello to us. Let us know what you're up to, because it's going to be a busy day today. We've got loads going on. This first hour is all about your sewing room, your favourite tools. Gadgets is a word which I don't always agree with, because actually a lot of the gadgets that we got on the show today are actually essentials. They're actually really useful and helpful. Gadget is always something that I think, oh, is that something that is a bit of a novelty? And it's no novelties here, all very useful tools. Now 9 o'clock, we've got Sallieann Harrison here. We've not seen her on air for ages, so it's lovely to welcome her back into the studio with 4 brand new projects. So the first 2, right, you can start shopping on pre-order for her brand new kits, exclusive panels, and beautiful, beautiful projects. So there is that fabulous houseplants and cactus cushion. I love that. And I just think that those applique pieces are going to be used in so many different projects. It's a lovely little free motion project, or you can obviously do it with your satin stitch or blanket stitch. So that's coming up. And there's also another design called Circle of Friends in that show, which is the most gorgeous cushion as well. So you can start having a look on pre-order. That's at 9 o'clock. 10 o'clock, we are relaunching, it's not been on for ages, the Quilts from the Country book. Now, this book is perfect with the brand new Moda collection. It's very similar to that original fabric that you saw there. Look at how similar it is. This is the brand new fabric from Moda that Stuart's revisited, one of his old favourites from Quilts in the Country. So we're going to be talking about the book. We've got Stuart here. We've got that quilt. We've got some more inspiration for you as well with his book at 10. 11 o'clock, how cool are these? Now, if you go to Sallieann's Instagram, or if you follow her on socials, she did a bit of a tour around her sewing room, and she's got a fabulous design wall, which fills one of the walls in her studio. And on there was some little cross-stitch stamps, and that's where she got inspiration for these cushions. So she's made some fabulous cushions. We've got one almighty kit where you can make 2 great size cushions with this really cool sort of cross-stitch look, but they're quilted. Never seen anything like that before. Brand new, in today at 11 o'clock. And we've also got the rainbow pouch. Now, whether it be your EPP pouch, whether it be a pencil case, whether it be where you keep your dough and intense pencils, we've got a fabulous pouch that's coming up with your panels at 11 o'clock. Then 12. Oh, it is a whopper. 2 colourways. This one is like your classic, warm, rich, traditional William Morris. I love this. I love it. I think this is going to absolutely fly out. It's gorgeous. It doesn't do it justice on the photo either, because it's absolutely massive. It's massive. It's gorgeous. So that's coming up. And Stuart was saying he started to make the blocks up in the new colourway. He said it's completely different. It's really fresh and it's really gorgeous. So you'll love that. Coming up later at 12 o'clock. Come say hello to us. Message the studio. Send in your messages for Sallieann, for Stuart. Any questions that you have, you can send in a message to studio@sewingstreet.com, and that will go straight through to Ben in the gallery. Or you can come and say hello live on Facebook, which is Sewing Street TV. If you want to start shopping on pre-order for any of the products that we've been mentioning, it's sewingstreet.com. You click on Watch Live, scroll down, and you'll be able to find all of the products listed underneath us on that Watch Live page. So come say hello. Oh, you doing a winky face? Feeling cheeky? Oh, look what we've got in our gadget show. Do you remember, what was the Gadget Man cartoon? Gadget? Go. Yeah, Inspector Gadget. Inspector Gadget. Da, 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 da. That's it. If you keep scrolling down faster. There we go. We have got all of these coming out. Oh, now we slowed down on purpose. Keep going, I want to get to the new patterns. Right, keep going. Look at how much Ben's scheduled for this 1 hour. Oh, start shopping. We've got visible image, floor lamp back in stock. Here we go. Sallieann, Circle of Friends. George's greenhouse. Lovely. And then you've got some really lovely extra fat quarters, pre-cuts for your circle of frays. This panel on its own, by the way, is going to be so useful for your stash. I love that, and there's some really lovely brand new fabrics on your screen as well. This lovely brand new sandalwood Moda in your traditional warm, rich reds, blues, creams. By the half metre available, there's also a bundle, and there's your quilts from the country. So this is where you can find pre-order. Shall we get going? Now, back in stock. This is, we've kind of claimed this as ours now because there is a certain deal that we can do. And actually, I don't even know if we're really supposed to do it again, but this is what we do, isn't it, Ben? We always say, I don't know if we should do this. And you know we're going to do it anyway because we're rogue. Now, really? So this really is yours. Ben has hogged the stock every single time it's come into stock. Hannah's aired it once and it was at this price. So, right, there's 37 of these remaining. 37, that's it. It sold out last time it was on. It's taken us a couple of months to be able to get it back in, and there's now only 37. So we'll get straight down to the price for anybody that wants it. Now, if you haven't got an independent bobbin winder on your machine, get this. And what I love is that it's portable. Its sole purpose is to wind your bobbins. So it's not like an add-on thought to a sewing machine. It is, I've known some people who have said that they've got a very, very expensive machine that's got an independent bobbin winder, and they said that this actually winds their bobbins tighter and better than their sewing machine. Because as I said, its sole purpose is to wind bobbins. So I've set it all up, or Levi set it all up for us so you can see it in action. And you can charge it up, so it's completely portable. You can either have it, oh, where's the camera? There it is. So you can either have it plugged in USB-C, I think it is, or you can put batteries into it, which are just two, I think, AA batteries. Now, you've got 2 extra spool pins to place your bobbins on. This is where your bobbin goes. It's all your arrows show you where to do it. So this all packs down completely, but you can put a larger spool on if you want. You can wind all your bobbins. By the way, there's loads of these straight away in baskets, so you've not even seen this go yet. It goes through the antennae, through the little gap here, round this section, straight onto your bobbin. Press the button. It will automatically stop when it's wound. And look, can you see it going up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down? It's brilliant. Oh, there you go. £19.99 for £20. If you're looking for a gift for a sewer, or if you're looking for something that you can get all your bobbins wound, ready for a class, ready for a workshop, you no longer need to be playing bobbin chicken, and you can have, oh, I touched it by accident, sorry, and it still worked, it's fine. It didn't affect it. But what I was going to say is you can have the same... You've got the same colour on the top as on the bottom of your projects now. So it is brilliant. It's automatically stopped when it's ready. Then you can pop it there. You can literally just spend an afternoon winding your bobbins. And then to pack it down, I'm just going to take this off. You are literally going to then pop that in your machine. That's all ready to go. You have got extra storage if you want to keep it there, if you're winding it on the go. But how lovely is this to be able to take to your workshops, take to your classes? This then packs down. There's a slot in here to keep your little antenna. And that packs into the most compact little box. It weighs nothing. It can fit in a drawer. If you've got a 550, 560, 570 more portable machine, and you want to make sure that you, as I say, aren't thinking, right, I can just do another seam. I can just do another seam before I have to stop sewing, take my thread out of my machine and wind it on my machine. This is absolutely perfect. You can carry on sewing whilst you're winding the bobbin, because all you need to do is press the button and it will do it in literally what? How long did that take? 30 seconds? Not even that. Morning, Jess. Jess upstairs. She's come in with her shades on. What a beautiful sunny morning it was this morning. Doesn't it make you feel so much better? Yeah, I always think, oh, are you... What you're hiding when you got your shades on? It's always when I'm feeling a little bit jaded. I've got them on indoors, yeah. Now, just so you know, there's now less than 20. Once everybody's checked out, we're approaching single figures. Brilliant bobbin winder. This was, I'll tell you a little backstory. So we had 2 bobbin winders like this. We had a more affordable brand that was £20, and then we had this one in, and it came in at 37. And for one-off special, I don't know whether it was one of those, you know, managers' days, or don't know what happened. I think it was just a Ben day. I think it was just a Ben going rogue day, and it was actually more expensive. So it was a different brand. Yeah, it was that brand. That's what I mean. It was a different brand to this that we had in, and it had 2 stars. We decided to get a better one in, basically. So that one was £22.99. This one was supposed to be £37.99, which we were happy with. But then we did something crazy and said, you know what, let's just match the price. We've actually not matched the price. We've gone under 20. No wonder every single time. Yeah, this is absolutely ridiculous, Ben, because if you think that's nearly half price. That is so good. I've got a feeling that next time this comes back into stock, Ben is going to start looking at this at £22.99, which would make a little bit more sense. Because I've always said we've matched the price of the Simplicity one, and we've not. Now, we've got more people in baskets than we have availability. It's going to be another sellout today. This is the problem, isn't it? Oh, it's got 3 of the AA batteries. But what I love as well is that you have got the option of recharging it. So if you've got one of these chargers, it's a USB-C. So we've all got one of them in our home now, haven't we? What we're going to do, we're going to leave that with you because that is going to sell out. I'll keep you posted. It comes with instructions, so you don't need to remember how it was threaded up or anything. It comes with instructions. But I do think that is a really, really lovely gift for somebody. You know, when you struggle to know what to get a sewer friend, that's a really useful, saying very loosely, gadget. Love it. Right. The pardon? I've never seen this before. Right, now this. Oh, so I've got a steamer, and I am notorious for getting it too close to my hands, and you end up steaming yourself, and it is very painful. So this is brilliant to be able to put, if you've got your shirt hung up, you put this steam paddle. It's got the little protector as well. Oh no, you don't actually take that off, you leave that on. Leave that on. And you put this under your collars, under your shirt cuffs, in between your layers, and you use that as a protection, basically, between the steam and your fabric. So this was a manager's day. We're copying Hayley Marshall's say with this. £7.99 is the price. We're going to do it. Today. Oh, by the way, if you've opened your order already, just get one of these. So it's got that protective cover. If you have a look at how much you can pay for this, it's ideal to be able to use with your steamer. Fits under collars, fits under cuffs, great handheld design, smooth surface, so it'll help remove creases as well. And it's Beldray, so you know it's a lovely quality as well. How good is that? Just £3.99. 100 of these sold the last time it went to that price. 100 of these sold the last time it went on air at that price. So yeah, we've matched it. That's brilliant, isn't it? And it does save your fingers from getting burnt, from getting hot. Can you see here how they've got this in between a sleeve? If you pop this in the sleeve, because otherwise, so useful. Collars as well. By your buttons in your placket. If you're making sure that, I should have done that this morning with my dress. But I do think if you're ironing a shirt flat, you end up getting those creases along here, don't you? If you're doing it flat. So I do like to do, I do like a steamer instead of getting my ironing board out. I've actually got this very steamer. Very good. £3.99. That is an absolute steal of a deal. I would take full advantage of that if you've already opened your order. If you plan on getting involved with Sallieann's patterns, if you're getting involved with Stuart today, then you've automatically paid. If you have already opened your order and paid your postage and packaging, then go for it. If anybody is tilting their head like this, we've realised we've put the quilt the wrong way. Well, that way. We'll turn it around in a moment. £3.99 for your Beldray steamer paddle. Fabulous. Loads of you coming in for this. Well done on the hemline bobbin winder as well. That is about to sell out. Speaking of the quilt behind me and the jacket, that's from Quilts in the Country as well. Morning all is the quilt behind you and the jacket in Stuart's book. It is Mandy. Do you know when you get to a point where I said to Stuart, we haven't done a relaunch of this book for so long, so we're really excited for that. Now, before I go over, I've got something else that we've not done for ages, a little bit of a relaunch. It is the iron cleaner. I've never done this brand iron cleaner before. It looks a lot bigger than the other one. Well, it is a lot bigger than the other one. The other one, you get the smaller chalks, don't you? Whereas this is going to be able to be, this is going to clean your iron multiple times. Now, we had the video, yes, for the Visaline one, I believe. But this is hemline. It was Hayley, wasn't it, who cleaned her iron. So all you do is you put it onto your wall setting, I believe. Yeah, put it set to 150 degrees or your wall setting. And then place the iron vertically up. Make sure you rest the base on a cloth because it's going to drip down to the bottom. And then you just rub the iron cleaner like a pen, like a glue stick, onto the base of the iron. And trust me, if you have got... Oh, we have got a video. Fabulous. Yeah, that's exactly the same one. Look. Here he is. Whose iron's that? And look, just on 150 degrees, look at how quickly that will dissolve. And look, you don't need to use very much, do you? And so that is then just going to clean it off. That's fab, isn't it? Use an old cloth and wipe it off. If you've got Bonder web, I didn't realise how dirty my iron was until I looked at this old plate of it. I don't know what it is that gets so dirty, but it is so good, especially if you're just buying new fabrics. It's the worst thing ever when you start ironing and you're getting grime or line scale or dirt onto your new fabric, isn't it? So yeah, if your iron looks like that, don't think you need to invest in a new iron. You can clean it off, no problem. There you go. Just looks like a sort of glue stick. It's bigger than the Visaline one that we have. £4.99 for your hemline iron cleaning stick. Oh, I just find that so satisfying. Do you know, that is up there for me with jet washing your patio. Oh, it's satisfying, isn't it? I could watch that video over and over. Is that weird? Do you like watching videos of people, you know, doing their what is it, jet washing? Jet washing. I love jet washing patios. My neighbour's got one that I borrowed and it was just the most satisfying thing ever. But that is close second, you know. We'll watch it one more time. I'm only joking. I'll watch it in my own time. Shall I go on over? I'm taking my new coffee with me as well. We've got a new fancy coffee machine. No, we haven't actually. It's Gemporia's, but I did go in there this morning. It's lovely. Can we do the rotating cutting mat then? Because we wanted to do it a little bit of a revisiting show and talk about some products that we've not really had chance to talk about in length. Normally, when we talk about rotating cutting mat, I say, oh, I see you've got the rotating cutting mat. And that's as far as it goes. So, when we got this in, it was revolutionary. When you're working with a rotary cutter, it's really, really important that one, you want your accuracy, but more importantly, I think, is your safety. You want to make sure that you're cutting as safely as possible. And this is key to both of those elements for your precise cutting, but also for your safety. So this is the larger of the two. Now, I love this because we always talk about getting the largest mat that your space will allow. So if you're working on an 8-inch block, you're covered. 10-inch, 12-inch, and you've got so much wiggle room. If you're doing any kind of piece, this is going to be fantastic. Now, it's a self-healing cutting mat. It's a really lovely quality. It's Quilted Bear, so it is, it's got the brand, it's got the name, and it's a really, really good quality cutting mat. It's got your measurements on there. It's got your angles as well, your 60-degree, your 45-degree, and your 30-degree angle. And you can use this as a normal cutting mat because it is also locked into place if you want to use it just as a normal cutting mat. Now, if I turn it over, you can see that it's got this sort of spongy backing to it. So that adheres to your table. And then you've got 4 of these locks. So if I just unlock those and flip it back over, oh, sorry, the reason we've done this is so you can get it on split pay now. I don't know why it's on split pay, by the way. It shouldn't be on split pay. But now you can do a full 180 spin. So if you do want to cut, if you're thinking you're cutting and then keeping your pieces in place where they are, you can then spin it and it will still stay where you are. If you're cutting a square and you wanted to cut that into 4, then you can. You spin it and cut it into 4. If you want to make sure you're always cutting away from yourself and not towards yourself, this is also really going to help. It's £10.99 on split pay. It's only £10.99 on split pay. Right, just so you know, there are now less than 10 of these remaining in our stock. We will always get this on reorder, but as I said, I feel like it's been ages since we've actually had a chance to fully talk about it. £32.99, 3-way split pay. 3-way split pay. Something's happened since I've been away, and they must have done a split pay show. Because this shouldn't be on split pay, should not be £10 on split pay. No, 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 no. We've also got something else that shouldn't be on split pay. Oh, just so you know, that's literally about to sell out any second now. There's 2 left. I will also show you some other deals on split pay. Now, one of my favourite recent launches that we've had is our Visible Image lighting, and it's our sort of sister company. Yeah, that's sold out now. Well done if you got that. We didn't expect that to go so low. Now, this is the full floor one. So as you can see here, you've got this really lovely slim base. I'm sorry, I've got a dress on today. I've got nowhere to put my microphone. I always forget to put a belt on or something, and Rebecca Reed actually made me one. I have got a belt. Revolutionary. Now, we've got, well, it's just like a little tie around the back, Ollie, so I forget that I can pop it on there. Now, this is going to fit in any small spaces. I'm thinking in a living room, under a desk in an office. It's so slim and streamlined, but the light that you get from this is brilliant. You get your remote control as well. It does have an extra long sort of cord to it, so if it's not, if you're putting this not near a socket, it's fine. It's got a nice long cord. I'll pop it on the floor so you can see the light on this. Now it also has, oh, do I have the remote control, Levi? It has a gooseneck, and the gooseneck is it's not a gooseneck that's going to then droop. It will be able to be positioned wherever you need it to be. So if you want it at the back of your sewing machine, if you want it over your bed when you're reading a book, just to be on your light, you can. Now you're getting, I believe you have 3 different light settings. So this is the warm. Is there a panel on here or something then that I can change the settings? On the actual lights? There is a button on here. Can you see that changing? No? There we go, hang on. There you go. So you've got your warm light, your cool light, and you've also got your daylight setting. And then you can hold it in. You'd also get your remote control, which you can change the brightness as well. So you hold it in and it will dim right down. Or you can you can change your brightness throughout every single colour setting. £69.99. And look, this is your lovely warm light. Can you believe what a difference it makes when you're colour matching your fabrics to have these different light settings? There's your different brightnesses. Oh, we're in the dark. There we go. Change to your cool light. There is also the warm light and your daylight setting. 3 different colour settings, and then all of your brightness settings to go with as well. This is not supposed to be on split pay, is it, Ben? I'm just waiting to see. It's £23.33. £23.33 on split pay. That is amazing, especially for one of the most sort of streamlined contemporary lights with a fantastic spill of light. All LED lights as well, so they don't give off any heat, very little heat. And they save energy. When we're thinking about our energy bills, especially, I know that we're in summer months at the minute, but a majority of the time here in the UK, we don't get the light all year, all day, do we? When we're doing our crafting, it's really important to not strain your eyes and work in the right light without having to put your big main lights on, without having to put all of your bulbs, your lamps on. Great for a craft room. We'll leave it with you. And it's covered under our posting packaging as well, which I think is very, very good. For a quality LED light, we love that. Nice and lightweight as well, so it's portable. We also have this one, which if you love embroidery, have you spotted the quilt behind the set? It's from Stuart Hillard's Quilt from the Country book, which we're going to be revisiting later on. It also has the kimono in, has some fabulous deals. Now, this is great for embroidery. This is great for cross stitch. This is fantastic for reading instructions, reading patterns. Fabulous for doing your nails even. I mean, look at the magnification. Now, you do get two different magnifying glasses with it. If you're doing any sort of bead embroidery and you want to see up close, look at, that's how far away it is. And it is so, so clear. Now, you have got, then you're going to have to tell me, a double magnification, and I think this must even be more. Now, it is also on split pay at $9.99. What? So, not only has it got the magnification, it's also got the light on it as well. So you've got the LED lights under here, as you can see, which you can tilt. It's got the cables included. It's so easy to interchange. There's a button on the back of the base, which you can interchange. Oh, actually, I don't need to interchange that one, do I? I just need to change this. I can unclip this, pop my larger one on, and they've even thought about the weight distribution of it. Normally with a larger magnifying glass, you've got a really chunky base, whereas that's actually still really portable. Love that. And it's got the gooseneck. You can take the magnifying glass off it completely and just be using the LED light if you want. So it has got that LED light source here. So you can use that as a nice little lamp as well. But how great is this? Now, Ben, sorry, I missed what you said. How many times magnification do we have? 3 times magnification, and it is great that you've got both sizes for larger projects or for smaller projects. This is brilliant. It's supposed to be on, well, it's not supposed to be on split pay. Full stop. This is on 4-way split pay. 4-way split pay. Normally, four-way split pay doesn't kick in till hundreds of pounds because 2-way split pay kicks in at £100. So yeah, this is definitely something that may have happened over John's birthday weekend. I have no idea. But to get it home with a budget of £10 a day, hopefully makes that more accessible for you to be able to see. Even like if you're thinking, right, your instructions. Have you got Stuart's quilts from the Country book? I'm just going to show you because sometimes even text, on packaging or text or in patterns or books can be quite difficult to read or can be quite difficult to see. This is fantastic. Just even, thank you so much, Levi. I'm going to put the large one on just for tele purposes. This is really popular, by the way. So if you're looking at your text and you're thinking, I mean, it's great size text in here. He hasn't put little text. But if you're looking at your instructions and you're thinking, right, I want to make the Ring of Roses quilt and can't quite see the text, use your magnifying glass. And obviously on television, it's a bit more difficult for you to see. But look how good that is. Get it at the right angle so you can see a bit clearer. Oops. Thanks, Ollie. Let me see if I can get it at the right angle. There you go. Oh. Use the bias tool. Are we in Alice in Wonderland? It doesn't look like that when I look through it. It's just through the camera. Quite funny. But anyway, what a brilliant opportunity of getting it on 4-way split pay. It will be taken off 4-way split pay after today's show. Needless to say, it's got the LED light. You get the cable included, yeah? Yeah. It comes with a rechargeable cable, and it also comes with an option to put your batteries in if you would prefer. But it does come with a USB-C, I believe, Ben's telling me. And that fab gooseneck. Honestly, I can't tell you. If you're looking even in like John Lewis, B&Q, Homebase, how much are you paying for a quality LED lamp? This has got a flexi gooseneck, which you're going to be able to manipulate and turn. I'm even thinking anybody that you know that's going to university or going to college, or maybe just fitting out somebody's bedroom who's doing some work. My mom's just set up a home office. A lot of people I know work from home. This is brilliant for that, isn't it? To have as a little light, but also with the magnifying glass. If you know somebody that does nails, eyebrows, somebody that does figure model painting, Lego, this is brilliant for that. Only $39.99. So good. Jewellery makers, we should have taken this over to jewellery maker. Can you imagine? Hundreds of these would go at £9.99 on split pay today. That is amazing. If we'd have known that that was on four-way split pay, I would have done that as an early bird. That is crazy low, isn't it? Such good value. Fabulous value. Now, speaking of a brilliant gadget and tool, there are 4 different ways of getting hold of the green machine today. If you've been waiting for this to be available, I wouldn't wait much longer, just because there are now 2 available in our stock with the silver colourway. So this is, Ollie, your voice has changed. Now this is, it's Michael Wolf in my ear now. We've got your green machine. It comes in a box where you literally put the bolt onto, put the handle on with the bolt here, and you just slip over the grip for the handle. And you don't need to be Popeye to do this. You don't need to bolt it down to your workbench. You don't have to have a designated craft room to do it, but it is a solid bit of kit. It's cast iron, it's durable, and it's going to last the test of time. You only ever need to really buy this once, obviously. Now, in the starter bundle, you want to get the bundle as opposed to the machine on its own. A couple of reasons why. Because you are going to have to invest in, obviously, the extras, the dies, and the different fastenings that you get as well. So we've included it all for you. So there's your green machine, your foam handle, and you also get a selection of dies. So you get your dies for your S-spring press studs. You get your dies for your double cap rivet, and you also have your 14mm magnetic clasps and die set. So you're getting all of the S-spring press studs included, all of the rivets, and you're getting your magnetic clasps in silver. It also comes with your hole cutting die, and that's to cut a 3mm hole, which is enough to be able to make a hole for all of those different studs. So your press studs, your magnetic snaps, and also your rivets. Now, we've got oversubscribed on instructions. We're oversubscribed on kits, by the way. Now, this also comes with free downloadable instructions, which I think are from Sandy. There's only one. There's literally one left in the silver colourway. As I said, we've got a few different options to show you. There might be slightly better availability on the gold. There's 9 in baskets on the silver, though. Just so you know, there is only one of the silver, but you can still get it. It will go, though. Whoever gets that, well done. We've got the gold version available. Is there more of the gold? For anybody who doesn't know what the green machine is, sorry, this is a little bit of a recap just to let everybody know availability. There's 7 of these, but there are so many demonstrations on our YouTube channel and on the Trimmings Shop website. And it basically elevates your hardware elements to your bag making, your dress making, any of your homewares that you're doing. And the possibilities are sort of endless. They're always developing new dies and new accessories. So you can put like little studs in shoes. You could put little diamantes onto denim jackets. You can put eyelets onto tarpauling to make tents or bags or all sorts. There's so much you can do with it, and you'll really grow with it. But you'll just need to buy the machine once and once only. And the amount of people who I know, like Sandy has had hers for years and years and years. Hayley West has had hers for a number of years as well. There's so many of our guest designers that own one and absolutely swear by them. And as I say, it looks quite daunting. If you were to see this in the shop, you'd be thinking, oh, do I have the strength, the power to be able to do this? If you've just got one of those handheld tools, this is now that next lead. This is that real professional finish, and it's so quick and easy to do. It's just 149.99. Now with this one, can I show you? You not only get the green machine with the handle and with the foam handle cover as well. You get your 3mm die cutting set, your die set, so you get the 3mm hole cutting die set. Then you also get your S-spring press studs and the dies, so the gold colourway this time. You get your 8mm double cap rivet and die set and your 40mm magnetic clasps with the dies included as well. All of that is a massive bundle, and that's really going to get you started. If you're thinking, I was one of those 9 people who had the silver colourway in my basket, what I would recommend you do is get the gold, and then you can get the silver accessory set separately. So don't think, oh, I only really work with silver colourways, that's why I wanted the silver one, and that's gone. Don't panic. If you get this, it's exactly the same dies that are included, and then you can just get the silver accessory set. I hope that makes sense. If you've got any questions, please speak to our customer service team or message in, and I'll be able to explain it for you. We normally do a full hour, sometimes 2-hour specials with Dave Green. He's actually called Dave Green as well. It's not just his stage name. Dave Green comes on and does full demonstrations, brings more and more and more and more. For $149.99. Now, if you've got any questions, please get them in. So we've got low single figures on this one as well. Low single figures. We've also got the bronze colourway. Oh, and we've got rainbow. I've not seen the rainbow one. Right, let's do bronze, and then we can talk about the rainbow. So this is... Oh, the last four on the bronze. These have been selling on pre-order already. So, once again, $149.99. You get the green machine, you get all of the dies, and you also get your rivets, your S-spring press studs, and you're getting your magnetic clasps. And they are all really professional finishes to your projects. I do think, you know, if you're making a bag and you want it to really last and you're sewing on the strap, and if you've sewn on the strap before, you may have sewn a square with a cross through it to reinforce the strap. And sometimes that can actually be quite difficult to get really, really neat. Whereas with this, you could literally attach the strap with a D-ring and literally put 2 rivets in. And one, it's secure. You know that's not going anywhere. But also, it looks so neat and so professional. So professional. $149.99. You've got the hole cutting die, you've got the S-spring press stud die, magnetic clasp die, and you've got the double cap rivet die as well, plus all of the accessories. And once again, all colourways, silver, bronze, and gold, all in single figures. I say that, is the silver now sold out, or is there one? I don't know if there's one lingering because there were like 9 in baskets. So what I would suggest is if you've got any of them in your basket, if there is one that you've been waiting for to get, yeah, go for it. $149.99. And then, right, oh, show me the rainbow ones. I didn't even know that we had these. Oh, these are also in single figures. Don't let that put you off, though. You can still do it. Well, we will get more, but it might be a while. These ones, same. Oh, amazing quality. Slightly more. Did she get it? Oh my gosh, that's amazing. That is amazing. $166.99. So slightly more for the rainbow ones, but they are the bougie ones, aren't they? These are the posh ones. If you want to get one of the silvers as well, you know, one of the silver accessory sets, you can. Oh, I love that oil on water look with your rainbow iridescent, very Tula pink, very Tula pink. Good morning, I'm so excited. I just bought the green machine in silver. Oh, fantastic. I've been thinking about it for ages. Do you know what? Every now and then, I'm like you. I do linger on things, and that's absolutely fine. We're here every single day. What is brilliant about our community that we've built is that we're here every day. We do demonstrations. I don't feel that anybody is, you know, for a shopping television, I don't think it's, you know, very pressurized. Like we say, look, this is the products that we have. And there are people who sit and watch and learn for months sometimes and go, do you know what, actually, I'm at that point in my sewing journey now to be able to go for it. And honestly, you won't look back. I would be looking around my house now going, what am I going to put my rainbow rivets in? What am I going to be putting the spiky or the diamante ones? I've got to be getting all the accessories. There will be so many different elements because you don't need to do it during your process. So you know when you put in a normal magnetic snap, yes, there are different ways of doing it and more affordable ways of doing it. If you've never made a bag before, you don't need to get this now. Or if you're new to sewing, this isn't an absolute essential. This is that next sort of level that you may be thinking about investing in. But if you have put in one of those magnetic snaps, then you know what it's like. You have to make it, put it in before you insert your lining. Otherwise, you have a bit of a messy bit on the inside of your bag. Whereas with this, it's all so neat that you can put it on afterwards as an afterthought. So if you've got a flap on your bag that you're now like, do you know what, actually, I do want to put on a magnetic snap, you can do it, and the back and the front looks professional. It looks, it's taking it from homemade to handmade, isn't it? It's absolutely, yeah, fab. We have so many people who love this. And as I say, all asked to show it to our customers and demonstrate it. That's your rainbow mega bundle, your S-springs, your magnetic snaps, and your rivets all included. Take advantage of it, make the most of the fact that they're all in single figures, they're all brilliant deals, and they're all with those fab rainbow colourways in that one. We've got these red mats. So these are slip reduction mats. If you have got a larger machine and you find, if you're sewing on a dining table, we've probably all been there, some of the older machines especially, and it's a bit, or it runs away with you. We actually always had these in our old studio under the desk. And you say, why under the desk? Because everybody's foot pedal used to run away with them. So we'd put these under the feet as well. We'd have one of the smaller one and we'd put it under the foot pedal. So you've probably seen it and you've done it yourself where you're going, hang on, where's my foot? Where's my foot? So you could put this under your foot pedal or under your sewing machine. It's big enough. This is the larger of the two. This is the 60 by 40. So you'd be able to put this under your machine. And because of the qualities of it, now this isn't what it's sort of designed for, but just bear with me. Not only, I personally think it reduces the noise slightly because it takes in a lot of the vibrations of your machine. So it's not designed to be a noise reducing mat. It is a slip reduction. But I actually do think that it takes away, because it's this lovely soft cushioning. It's like, you know, when you go into a recording studio and it's got all of the soundproofing, your speakers that are on those stands with this sort of mesh on here, that it's reducing that sound. This is absolutely perfect for that. But it is designed for a sewing machine. It's soft, thick cushioning. It's super thick, so it will reduce the vibration. And look, can you see that it's got these sort of like waffle-like grooves? So that makes it a little bit more comfortable for hand sewing as well, actually. I'm thinking if you're doing some hand sewing, it feels really nice and comfortable. So if you really improve the life of your machine, Ben's saying. He said with speakers, those little micro vibrations with over time gradually affect the wiring of them. So yeah. Thinking about your surface. And also, if you do work on your dining room table, it's protecting your dining room table. It's a win-win, isn't it? It is a win-win. Tapered edges to reduce pickup, and it sits neatly onto your surface. I'd never thought about using it. It says here about using it for hand sewing, and that does make sense. If you've got beads If you've got the rivets for the green machine, and you put them on your dining room table, or a load of seed beads that you're doing one of Helen McCook's fabulous projects, and they just go scattered across the table, this is going to be perfect to stop to use as a bit of a beading mat as well, isn't it? £15.99. Love it. Absolutely love it. We do also have the overlocker one, which is the square version. So you can see here, it's exactly the same. It's just square. So it's 40 centimetres square. That's the large one. Should we do the 40 centimetre square one? For your overlocker, I do think overlockers tend to be a little bit more heavy duty, don't they? That was my charades. Yeah. Oh yeah, sorry. I'd be told off, wouldn't I, for making noises in charades. And once again, it has that tapered edge, so it's going to sit nicely against your desk. Cares for your work surface, soft cushioning for your overlocker, reduces the vibrations, stops it from slipping. There's only 13 of these remaining. Also, this is a better size, I think, to have underneath your desk with your foot pedal on, so your foot pedal is not slipping away with you. If you've got one of those larger foot pedals as well, maybe with the duking machines or something. Perfect. There's only 10 of these now, £14.99. What's this? You tell me. Yeah? Yeah. Are you all right? Oh, by the way, we've got to congratulate Ollie's daughter, who's got the role of Dorothy. You're going to cry so much. Oh, you're going to cry so much. In a school play. Dorothy and David. Dorothy and David, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Fabulous. So is it the Wizard of Oz? It's the Wizard of Oz, and they've got a Dorothy and a David as well. Fabulous. Oh, honestly, I always dreamed of being Annie in school. I never was Annie, so I'm being a pushy parent now, aren't I? Trying to get Maisie to do it, but she loves singing, she loves it, but I mean, she's literally 4. How old is she now? 12? 11? So is this high school, or is this is her last year of primary school and she's being Dorothy? Oh, amazing, amazing. £14.99. Oh, everyone who finished their last GCSEs, oh my gosh. How exciting, how exciting. Right, should we go back over and have a look at a couple more tools? We've got, Susie Duncan was on yesterday, wasn't she? And she always has this on. I don't think she had it on the show yesterday. This is only £2.99. And it's my favourite glue because it's your everyday glue. It's what I have at home in my craft cupboard because it is all purpose. So if we're doing crafting with the kids, it's non-toxic, it doesn't smell, it dries really quick, it dries clear. I can use it on felt bits and bobs, I can use it on card, I can use it on like little foam pads or pom-poms that I'm doing with Maisie. But also, you can use it on fabric and it will bond 2 pieces of fabric together with heat. So if you put a layer of this on your fabric, then you put a zip down and you iron it, then that will bond it together. And it won't gum up your needle. It won't gum up your needle. Heat bonds fabric if used between 2 fabrics and ironed. Unaffected by cold or heat, dries clear and flexible. Can be thinned with water, but it is very sticky, holds fast, and it is one of those that I think that you will use for all sorts of projects. If you've been loving, you know, the Sarah Davis shows that we've been doing over the last couple of weeks, and you are dabbling between mixed media projects, fabrics, and all sorts. No. £2.99. Can't recommend this enough. And it's a really great size tub as well. How much do you get? 115ml. £2.99. It's got a nice slim nozzle to get into all the nooks and crannies. And in fact, actually, that's a really good lid. I know that sounds silly, but the amount of times. £2.99. Where? Here? £2.99 for all your glue. Can we fit in a couple more? Now, if you've done all of your bobbin winding with your hemline bobbin winder, is that sold out, by the way? There's 3 of the bobbin winders left. 3 of the bobbin winders left. Check the website. We'll quickly flash that up before the break as well, because that was brilliant. We also have our bobbin winder. There you go. Little bobbin boats. How lovely are these? Really nice colours as well. You've got your turquoise. You've also got your orange and you got your pink. Lovely little gift for somebody, and you can absolutely coordinate them. You can put them into your little bobbin boat. That's a project ready to go, whether it be with your neutral colours or whether it be your nice bright colours. But wind them with your new bobbin winder and use your bobbin boats, and they're quality, aren't they? They're prim. Look how lovely these are. They're all prim branded with the little bobbin boat. They're so cute. They're just going to look lovely on your workbench, aren't they? In your craft room. Just $17.99. There's only a few. How many did you say? A few of yeah, 3. You said there's only 13 of those. No, there's not. No, there's not. There's 313, isn't there? Oh no! Pack of 3. I thought I saw 313. No, there is only 13 of those. Okay, now, last to stock with your bobbin, independent bobbin winder. I cannot recommend this enough, because we've found out today that our Simplicity one, which is normally the more affordable of the two, is actually more expensive. It's £22. This is supposed to be $37.99 for the last of stock, just to let you know that there are 3 of these now remaining at $19.99. How many in baskets, Ben? 22 in baskets. 22 in baskets. It is... it's able to be charged up as well with USB-C. It also has batteries if you prefer. But how good to be able to, if you're doing a big quilt, just be able to get all your bobbins all wound in your bobbin boat without having to stop sewing. Right, I think there's 2 now left. We'll leave you to check out during the break. So, before we go, is this on split pay? No, it's £20. Watch this split pay. Watch the split pay. This was one of the first, yeah, I reckon it was for John's birthday. There is no way, no way. Oh, you did all of John's birthday. Cat. Now, this is your pressing mat. Open it out, it's not going to ruin the spine. Double pressing mat. You've then also got a cutting mat in here. You have got a design wall in here. Piece of velour, or well, it is like a suede velour, that you could then put your fabrics onto it and keep them in here. And you've got sandpaper in here. It's on 3-way split pay. Now, the sandpaper is brilliant, because if you've got basically like a 5-inch charm square and you want to mark it, you can mark it without it shimmying around. That is fantastic. £6.66. I've never seen that split pay before. I have never seen £6.66 on split pay before. There's less than 20 of these. We'll leave you to check out during the break. But our multi-mats, I remember when we very first started Sewing Street, just over 5 years ago now. And this was, I think, the first product that we ever sold. This was something that we all absolutely loved. It was Emma Bradford, I think, that got us into the multi-mats to start with years ago. And as we joined Sewing Street, we were like, right, yeah, we need to get these back in. We do not charge interest on split pay. 1p&p paid for the whole day. So you're going to be able to get involved in Sallieann's shows, in Stuart's shows, and you won't be paying any extra postage and packaging. As I said, this is my only hour on my own today. I'm joined by Sallieann Harrison with 4 brand new projects today, and Stuart Hillard in an hour from now. But we also have, oh, I'm so excited for you, Kate. You are the winner of John Scott's Cream Tea Afternoon. You and a friend can go and have an afternoon. You can go and have a lovely cream tea with John. Get all the gossip ask him all the questions that you've always wanted to ask him, and have a lovely afternoon with him. You're going to have a fabulous time, and well done, because trust me, there are a lot of people that were involved in that draw, so well done, Kate. I love it. Do you know, I was going to have a go yesterday. Did anybody win the Euros yesterday, by the way, do you know, or is it another rollover? I'd know if Ben had won, but that's just too much, isn't it? I never win anything. All I want to do is just win the Euros, you know, 200 million, that's fine. Just a cream tea with John Scott. Right, coming up, after the break, we've got this fabulous brand new pattern from Sallieann Harrison, and we've got the Circle of Friends as well, all coming up. Don't go anywhere. Back right after this.
Looking for some creative inspiration? Head over to the Sewing Street website and click on the SS Hub. It's packed with ideas, tips and projects to spark your creativity. Plus you'll find the latest news and information on sewing machines and overlockers. Get inspired with Sewing Street. Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Join us live on Facebook from 2 p.m. for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
So many more quilts I want to make now. I'm going to have to live to 200.
It's just been one of the best festivals I've ever been to in my whole life.
I will definitely be back and I'm going to have a quilt.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with our social media pages. All the latest news, events, product launches, and much, much more. Search Sewing Street. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Hello, welcome back. Oh, Sallieann, it's so
It's lovely to be back.
to see you. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Jolly good.
Yeah.
We've not seen you for ages.
I know. I think it was August last year.
Oh, my word.
Yeah.
Where's
Ages.
time gone?
I know.
Lovely to have you back. And you've been ever so busy, writing books.
Yeah. I'm writing the second book now at the moment. And obviously I've been writing some patterns. I had a rush of pattern writing recently.
Fantastic.
Hence why I'm here today.
Yeah, I actually saw on your Instagram, because I follow you on social media, and I saw when you did the tour of your sewing room.
Oh, yeah.
And just seeing some of the projects actually from today on your design wall and talking about them. And it's so lovely to have so much choice today with Sallieann. This is so cool. I feel like we all know somebody, whether it be yourself or a loved one, that would love this in their garden room, in their conservatory, in the garden. Or, I mean, I'm really bad at keeping house plants. Ben's got, how many house plants have you got now, Ben? He had 47, counting 47.
Good grief.
I had 2 ferns and really struggled to keep them alive. But cacti, these was a little bit easier to keep alive. But to have them on fabric like this is brilliant.
Yeah.
I love it.
I just hope that nobody asks me about what plants they are, because I have no idea.
What plants are they?
I don't know. So the cushion, the idea for the cushion all stems from my son's, well, my daughter-in-law and my son have just moved into their house. And outside, there was left in the garden, there's like a little miniature greenhouse, which is sort of collapsed and sort of broken down. And Georgia, she's my daughter-in-law, she's sort of taken it on and started putting her own plants in there, and hence the idea for the cushion. So I don't know. These are sort of, I don't know, what should we call them? I don't know, is there a word for it, like strange plants?
Strange plants.
Strange plants.
I love them. Now, you are getting a full kit here. So within your pattern, which, by the way, I was just saying to Sallieann, this is a lovely pattern. You've got so much information. You always break down the instructions really, really well. Anybody who's worked with Sallieann patterns, you know that. So you've got full step-by-step instruction. Shall I go over? Sorry, I'll go overhead. So you've got full step-by-step instructions, and then you've also got all of your photographs and all of your templates. Now, the templates are full size.
Yep.
They're reversed.
Yes.
So you can literally draw them onto your bonder web and you'll have them the right way round.
Yeah.
All numbered as well.
So they're numbered in the order that you have to place them down.
Fantastic. That is so clever.
Well, that's what my husband did that for me.
Oh, he's good, isn't he?
Yeah.
Look at this. Now, you've got some that only have, look, 1, 2 pieces. So is this something that somebody who has never done a plique before will be able to do?
Definitely. I mean, if you start with like the pieces that are the plants that are 2 pieces and then sort of work your way up, in sort of difficulty so that you get used to the technique.
Yeah, because then some of them have got
Yes.
16 pieces or up to 20 even. Yeah. So you can really grow with your pattern, can't you?
With your pattern.
Love that.
And in the pattern I'm using Bondaweb.
Okay.
But I mean, you could needle turn it, you could use other forms of applique, turned edge applique, machine applique. I mean, it would, go across all genres of applique, basically.
Brilliant. Now the panel, I did say to Sallieann, because these are all your fabrics from home, aren't they? And our team have designed a panel for you, and you did say
it was
loved
epic.
it.
Yeah.
This is gorgeous. So you are getting your full panel, which is accompanying the fabulous miniature greenhouse cushion, and you've got so many different prints in there with your lovely textures as well to the eye, the lovely pinks in there, and you've got enough to be able to do the border as well as you've got your border fabric. And I did say to you, there seems a lot of fabric on this panel.
Yeah, there's
to
plenty.
do one cushion. I actually think you'd probably be able to do a few cushion fronts.
Yeah, I think you would, yeah. Because just look at the size for the actual containers. I mean, you could definitely get 2 containers out of every one.
Yeah.
As a starter.
Yeah, so these are for your pots, basically. Yeah. They're for your pots, and then you've got your that's plant 7, plant 8, and it's all labelled.
Yeah.
That is brilliant, and it's lovely quality to be able to applique with.
Yes, absolutely.
Now, you also get a whole metre of Liberty in this bundle, because your background, I don't know whether you've noticed on Sallieann's finished cushion, isn't a solid white or cream, is it? It is actually Liberty.
Yeah, this is a Wiltshire Liberty. Yeah.
This is the same one?
Yeah.
So you've got the Wiltshire Shadow, whole metre of this, and you're getting half a metre of cream as well for the back. Just so you know, there's less than 20 remaining now of this colourway. There are 2 different kits to bring you, so I'll show you the other colourway. The other one is exactly the same panel. The only difference is your background. So this time you're just getting a whole metre and a half of cream in the other one. If you want the Liberty version, it's $34.99. This one, you would have the plain background. So you'd have a solid cream background, a solid cream back. You've put some lovely linen on the back, actually, haven't you? You could.
Yeah, I just use it's just an envelope back.
Yeah.
Easy. So easy, perfect for a beginner, an envelope back.
So 1.5 metres of your cream, this fabulous panel, as we say, enough to be able to do at least one cushion. But once you've got your templates, this could go on wall hangings.
Yeah, we talked about this morning, didn't we, about having like a table runner, like a long, thin table runner, and then putting a row of plants down each side and having that in a conservatory. It'd look epic.
That would look so nice. What about an apron, like a gardener's apron or a kneeling stool?
Yeah, and on the pocket, you could have it on the apron, couldn't you?
Oh, you'll use these so many times for all sorts of projects. I think you'll absolutely love that. This is the cream version, and obviously because it hasn't got the Liberty fabric in, it is more affordable. So if you are a brand new sewer, brand new beginner, or never worked with Sallieann's patterns before, yeah, go for it. That is fab value for money. And it saves you having to dip into your stash looking for lots of different prints and different colours that are going to suit the theme.
Yeah, and also the panel's already done it for you. The differences in scale, the differences in tone and colours, it's all there to give it depth. It's great.
I do think when you are, I say newer to sewing, it doesn't actually matter if you are the most experienced sewer ever, working from the panels. It's really fun, isn't it? Love that. So you're getting your whole fabric panel, 1.5 metres of your cream. You're also getting Sallieann's full pattern available with your instructions and full-size templates at $24.99. We knew this would fly out. It's so cool and contemporary. And I think that this is going to be a lovely, very giftable cushion, actually. You've done some hand embroidery on it as well.
Oh, yeah. I'd forgotten all about that. Yeah, I've forgotten all about it. I've done a few like French knots in places on the tops of the cactus flowers.
Yeah, lovely to be able to see.
Oh, and in there as well. See, you're
eagle-eyed, eagle-eyed. I don't miss a thing.
It's just very basic embroidery, French knots and a little bit backstitch.
But this is what's great, is that you could go further with this if you wanted to add more bead embroidery, hand embroidery, put it onto the bottom of dresses. We talked about that with the lovely circle of friends, which we'll go into in a moment. But this would actually be really lovely as well to decorate on the back of a denim jacket or something. It'd be really cool. Morning, Vic. Lovely to see you back on Sewing Street, Sallieann.
Morning, Heather. It's nice to be back.
Lovely to have you back. We've missed you. Now, the pattern. is available on its own as a digital download or as a physical. Now, we'll do physical first. If you want this sent out to you, then you do get your full instructions and your full size templates all included, £9.99. Seriously, it's really beautiful. Professionally printed as well. It's all on lovely quality.
Nice paper, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's the first time I've had my patterns printed on your paper.
And it feels nice, doesn't it? It's one that you're definitely going to come back to and use again and again. So you've got full instructions with good size photographs as well, really good size photographs. You talk about doing some free motion embroidery on your applique, which we're going to talk through how to set up your machine to do. But if, again, you just want to do a zigzag or
a satin stitch zigzag or a blanket stitch, that's fine as well. But this is, honestly, it's super easy. It's the easiest way to do a bit of applique, and you don't have to be perfect.
I actually quite like the doodled effect.
Yes, exactly.
Of free motion quilting.
Exactly.
Doing it in a, because you think, oh gosh, doing it with a dark thread, you're going to see all my stitching. But actually, the more sort of doodled, if you go around a couple of times, it adds like a whimsical, nice feel to it, doesn't it? Yeah. We also have the pattern as a digital download, which means you can get started on it today. So if you're thinking, do you know what, this is actually a really good scrap buster, because a lot of the pieces are, you know, a lot smaller. If you've got a charm pack or if you've got smaller offcuts from a project. Nice. It's a good scrap buster. £9.99.
Or even the sort of leftover pieces from a jelly roll.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they're that small.
Yeah, that's what's great. Full size templates are going to be in there as well, which obviously you print those off, but the rest of the pattern you could just keep on your tablet or your phone or your iPad. Now, if you're thinking, I love this panel, we don't normally do this, you know, but you can get it on its own today. We designed this as a brand new panel to go with the miniature greenhouse cushion, but you absolutely can use this for all sorts of projects. For applique, it's fantastic. For FPP, for EPP, it's brilliant because you've got really good sizes of each. As Sallieann said, or if you want to make more of these, if you've got the pattern and you're thinking, actually, I want to make more and more, these are for the flower pots, and you can see how big the squares are that you've been given. Different tones, different scales of print. It's all been really well thought out.
Yeah. I mean, you could sort of design and draw your own plants, couldn't you?
Yeah.
And then use the panel for your own plants, whatever was your favourite.
Yeah, good idea. Yeah. Oh, because you could just do all succulents. I'm thinking like in bunting or like a wall hanging.
Yeah, or flags, you know, like flags on a shed.
Yeah. Oh, I love that. Instead of having loads of, because I do think it's very in, isn't it, succulents and houseplants and everything, but as I said, I'm awful at keeping them alive. I mean, I've got 3 children to keep alive. I did say, Kieran, I can't commit to these ferns. They are really, really hardcore. The panel on its own, make yourself some really lovely fabric houseplants for just $14.99. That's your panel. It's a big panel. Right, should we do a little bit of demo on this before we go into the Circle of Friends as well? Yeah. So we're going to talk free motion and applique, aren't we?
We are, yes. So we're going to start off with the... As I said, you've already run through the different templates, which are all in the back, and it also shows you the finished plants.
Right, so that's your sort of layout diagram, what it's going to look like, and these are your templates.
Reversed pieces.
Okay.
Because I'm going to use Bondaweb, which is going to... Is it Bondaweb?
Yeah, Bondaweb.
Yeah, Bondaweb. I know there's several different brands in there. So you're going to start off by actually drawing off the templates with a pencil, you know, onto your Bondaweb, onto the paper side of your Bondaweb.
Okay, so not on the sticky side, not on the sticky side, because no, some people, I think Delphine always draws on the scratchy side. So go on you've reversed these. So
there's 2 sides. There's the shiny paper side, which is the one that you're going to draw your pencil line on, and then there's the reverse, which is the heat bonded when you activate it with an iron. Okay. So I've drawn a few pieces off. So as you can see, so here's a couple for, let's get the pattern out of the way, for this particular cactus. And I hope that nobody's going to message in and say that. Well, actually, if you do know what it is, do message in and tell me, because I'd like to know. So here are the pieces that I've already got together. So I'm just going to cut out the remaining piece. So you want a nice big pair of scissors.
And you're cutting on the line.
On the pencil line.
Yeah, this is why I know you say use a pencil, don't use a friction pen or anything like that.
Oh, no.
Probably all done that. And you've also labelled them as well.
Yes, I have labelled them as I was going through. So this is, I think you call this a goddess sheet?
These are the few. Well, is that a Teflon, just a Teflon sheet? You don't use a fuser mat, do you? Like the silicone mats for applique? No. Just go straight onto your fabric. Yeah.
I think so.
This is just a pressing Teflon sheet.
Yeah, so it's going to pull off. Yeah. Okay, so what I've done is I've got like a printed page out of my pattern and I've got the sheet over the top and I'm going to just put a clip in to stop them moving around and then I'm going to put the pieces on. So have you switched the iron?
Yes, I did.
Fantastic. So I don't know, can you see from the overhead?
Absolutely, yeah.
So like the first piece, which is labelled number 1, you're going to put in on that place. And I would just...
Oh, see, this is like on your fuser mat. I didn't realise you could stick it onto the Teflon sheet. Did this come with another part that you've got? Like a... No.
I bought this from Sewing Street and
Yeah.
I cut it into 2 halves.
Yeah.
And this is my, to make it smaller.
Fab, yeah. Your applique mat, it's really good, isn't it? Because it doesn't take the glue off it, so you're not having to go straight onto your project. Is that right?
So you can fully assemble it and then peel it off. So you've got to peel the papers off the back. Sometimes it comes away straight away, other times it's more difficult. So then that would be the next piece.
This is the Millwood fusing mat that we're talking about.
Yes,
it comes with one of these, and it also comes with the silicone one as well. It's the larger one of the two that we stock actually, and it's only £24.99. It's such fabulous value for money, and it does save you from having to go straight onto your project, build up those fabulous designs, and especially when you start working on the ones that have got 20 pieces, you don't want them to move, do you? So you can build it up on your fuser mat, peel it off. Yeah, that's it, look. The glue stays there. Really clever. It's £19.99. I don't know why Jen discounted that, but we've discounted it too.
Okay, so I'm going to wait for it to cool down a bit.
It is a must for applique though. It's a real game changer. And now that price, yeah, go for it. I remember when we were at Sewing Quarter and there was an Australian or a brand from New Zealand that had a similar product, and it was literally almost like I remember it being hundreds of pounds. It was so expensive. Yeah. So this is great. The Millwood have got a version.
So just wait for it to cool down a bit and then just peel it off. And all the pieces, hopefully, will have stuck together. I think the top one's a bit... There we go. It needs a little bit of a nudge. There we go.
And so the glue's still on the back?
Yes.
It's not gone onto here?
No.
That's so good, isn't it?
No. So then we can get rid of that. And here's one I've made earlier, and I've done the same thing using parchment paper. It works the same as the, well, it's not quite as good as that, but yeah, here it is. So I've got this one ready and this one.
Are you off to Festival of Quilts this year?
Yeah, Stuart was just asking me that. I probably one day, because I'm working on a show on the 31st here in July.
Okay.
Yeah. So, right, let's pull this down then.
What day are you there, Ben? The 5th.
Okay. So here is a piece that I prepared earlier in complete Blue Peter style.
Nice.
So I've just used 4.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I've made up 4 different plants. I've put in the strips that it tells you to put in down the middle to actually segregate them. It's almost to try and make it look a bit terrarium-y. Yeah.
Is this Bondo webbed on again?
Yes. Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. I like that.
And that's on the panel as well. And then I've put the borders on. So I've made up a complete. Well, I've got a back on. And I've also got I think it is
H640.
Which I've ironed onto the back. So I've made like a complete quilt sandwich. Yeah. And all I've done so far to any of this is iron it, basically. Yeah. There is not a single stitch in this. So if we press these into position, so now they should fuse, okay?
This fabric does look lovely, doesn't it? These are all the fabrics that you get on your panel. It looks really good. And actually, do you know what? You could actually do a whole quilt Couldn't you?
You could
just keep making all these blocks. Get yourself a couple of more panels. Use your stash for your borders, and you could do use the templates to do a really lovely quilt.
Would definitely work as a quilt. I'm thinking you could sort of make it Irish chain, so that you had it, go crisscross with the cactuses and the plants in between. I'm getting carried away.
Yeah. No, well, I'm looking at, because Stuart's Quilts from the Country book's up, you could absolutely sort of tie in some of your favourite applique projects like this into some of the designs and the big quilt patterns that Stuart's got as well.
Right.
Do like a nice picnic blanket.
Okay. So in the pattern, I've just sort of shown you how you layer it up. I haven't actually attached this to the back yet, so I'm not going to use it, but at home I would have attached it with some 505 spray and put it through my machine. So I'm going to actually machine it, just this top piece in the H640. If you have issues with that, then I would definitely cover it with the back, because sometimes the feed dogs get caught in the sort of fluffiness of it, and other times it's absolutely fine. It all depends on your machine, really. Okay, so...
We've got a metre of H640, by the way, and it's on offer for $9.99. It shouldn't be $9.99. We were talking about this, and I know it shouldn't be at that price. So if we put it in, I know it's there. It's John's birthday deal, and we've still got it available. Luckily, Ben was here over John's birthday weekend, so he knows what was a brilliant deal. £9.99, and you get a whole metre. So that, again, means you're going to be able to make a good few cushions with them. And H640, I do think, adds a really lovely loft to it without it being...
heavy.
Heavy.
Yeah.
And this doesn't tend to get too fluffy on the back. It's not like using a polyester wadding that's...
No, or a cotton wadding tends to get fluffier. Yeah, I would say I definitely prefer this, I think, to, you know, just like cotton wadding or whatever, because it is lighter weight.
Yeah.
And it has the same effect. Yeah.
Do you use this in your other projects later? Do you use this in the pencil case? All of them?
Yeah.
There you go. You might as well make the most of it now, because we use it in all of the projects. So setting up your machine for free motion, you've dropped your feed dogs.
Okay, hang on a second.
Oh, we're
go back
going...
a bit.
Yeah, sorry, I've got ahead of you.
Right. So once you've got your quilt sandwich together, the next thing you would do is actually go around and quilt in the ditch. And to do this, I would use a walking foot. So I would quilt all the way around the edge, and I would also quilt through these. Okay, before you start any free motion embroidery. And the reason for that is you need to sort of, I always tell people you need to sort of lasso it down, you need to make it stay in place. Because if you start sort of like free motioning this, you could sort of pull the whole thing slightly one way. So you need to actually get it down to a grid that's in it before you start the free motion stuff. So use a walking foot to do that, and a slightly bigger stitch, so an 80-12 needle, and a size 3.5 stitch, and a walking foot will give you the best result.
Brilliant.
Okay? So once you've done your grid, you can then move over and set your machine up for the free motion stuff. So what you want to do is you need to drop the feed, and usually there's a button on the side of your machine to drop the feed. So what you're doing is you've got some little feed dogs in here underneath your needle, and those are what's pushing the fabric through and setting the stitch length. When you drop them, the only thing that is setting the stitch length is you.
Right.
Which sounds quite scary.
Yeah. A lot of people who I know have sewn for years and years and years struggle with it more so than newer sewers, because their motion, you know, they do have that muscle memory of going forwards and not being able to go back or side to side. But this it's so freeing, isn't it?
It is. It is. And you start off and you think, oh, this looks awful. And I can honestly tell you, if you keep going, that is the key. Is to keep going, like you said, to go round and round, go over and over it, and it looks better and better and better. And in the end, you look at it and think, actually, that looks quite cool.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's give it a go.
So you're not going to use the back?
No. Only because I haven't actually stuck it on. So let's just start off with a really easy one. So I'm going to try and pull the threads to the top so that they're out of the way, so that I don't get like a nasty, nasty thread tangle on the back. Here we go.
I love your sparkly nails, Sallieann.
Oh, they're a little bit short.
Glitzy nails.
Hopefully they camouflage the fact that they're a bit short. Right. So I'm just going to see where I'm going to start. So I've got the ends here. Right, let's see how this goes. Right, you can already see how wobbly mine is. Now, I would just keep going from this point.
Yeah.
I don't want to take it out, put it back in, take it out.
But you can stop, can't you? I mean, you've stopped
Yeah.
with the needle down position.
Yeah.
I think the first time I had to go at free motion, I didn't breathe. And
Yeah.
I thought, I can't stop, I can't stop, I can't stop, I can't stop. And then it's always like, stop, breathe.
Yeah, it's okay.
Fine. Yeah.
So you want to try and make the line as continuous as possible, but sometimes that's not possible and you just have to go with it. So I'm sort of aiming for like an 1/8 in.
And do you always go round twice?
Yes.
Nice. And as you say, if this is something that you don't want to do, you can go around with a satin stitch, a blanket stitch, but have a go. Honestly, it looks so fun as well, doesn't it?
Oh, it is really fun.
character.
And look, I mean, mine's a little bit wobbly all over the place. I'm stood here on one leg, balancing, trying to, but it
Looks really good.
Surprisingly good. I mean, and then you can add more detail if you wanted to into the, what do you call this, the trunk?
Oh, I don't know.
It's probably a technical term.
The cat-sized body.
Yeah.
Don't know. And so you go around all of your pieces.
Yes. So you go around all of your pieces, and you, as you pointed out, and you also want to add the embroidered, the little tiny, can you see them? French knots, if you want to add them to the ends of the cacti.
Right, you do that at that point.
Yes.
Yeah.
Once it, right the way through the the wadding.
Fabulous.
So you want to put that in. I mean, you could use buttons if you wanted for the middles of these flowers. Entirely up to you. And then there's some, I don't know if you can see on that one, there's a little bit of straight stitch just to add a little bit more detail. And also on this one, you can see I've begun to draw into it more. And on the leaves here, you can draw in. But I think there's a real big close-up in the pattern, so you can see where I've added extra detail, like here as well. I've added in little crosses, and all I've done is exactly what you saw me do there, just go over it and across and take it out, over it and across and take it out. Honestly, it's one of those things that, in a way, the messier, it looks more like drawing.
Yeah.
And the plants at the bottom as well, look, I've gone through the pots a little bit in different places, gone over things just to make it look a bit more different.
And it's nature, isn't it? It's plants.
Yeah.
Have fun. I love this project. And I think, as I say, we've all got a place in our home that this would fit perfectly, haven't we?
Yeah. And then sort of once you've got all that together, all you need to do is put on the back. And all I've used on the back it's an envelope back, just a straight over envelope back, which one piece overlaps the other. I tend to make them, put the pieces down in front of you, overlap them by about 5 inches. I sort of sew it down both sides with a tacking stitch, and then I put my cushion front on top, cut round it so I know it's going to fit.
Yeah.
And then you put right sides together.
Yeah. And what is the finished size of the cushion?
I think it's about 20.
Yeah, it's a good size cushion, isn't it? Real statement cushion. I love it. Right, now we've got another project this hour. We've got 4 brand new projects with Sallieann today. So we're going to move on to the next project. But just so you know, really, really limited on the Liberty version. Cream has slightly more availability. If you want the pattern on its own, if you want the panel on its own, they're now underneath us on the web. So we've got another cushion, but completely different. And oh, I love this. This is absolutely adorable. What a fabulous skill builder as well.
Yep.
Like, a lot of us have done an envelope back cushion, and that's a lot of the time, like you say, where we start. Whereas this, if you want to know how to make a fab circular cushion like this, I love it. It's got a zip on the back. It's a really lovely one for a bed, and the pleats around the edge I love, but look how adorable. our circle of friends, these lovely, it reminds me of my daughter's favourite story at the minute is paper dolls, and it just reminds me of that. It's absolutely gorgeous, and you could personalise this with your favourite Liberty prints, or there's so much that you're going to be able to have fun and embellish this as you wish. Now, you don't just need to use those applique elements on a cushion. You could use them on a little girl's dress. How cool is this? I love it. It's adorable. Gorgeous, gorgeous. You could also use them. Did you say that you've used them on the bottom of a circular skirt or bottom of your dress?
Yeah, I've used them on the bottom of my dress. I think some people who follow me might have actually seen me in the dress. So I've got like I blew them up a little bit. I think these are 6. I blew them up to about 8 inches using my home printer. And then I put them all the way around the edge at the bottom of my skirt, yeah.
That's so cute, isn't it? That would be really lovely.
I tend to wear it to festival.
Yeah.
So if you see me at festival, if you spot the dress, I'll be in it.
Oh, I love that. Love it, love it, love it. $24.99 is for your kit. Now, let me show you, because the panel that you get is absolutely gorgeous. So we've got, I say one kit available. Yeah, one kit available, and then options as well. So you have your pattern. And within your pattern, you've got full step-by-step instructions as always, and they're printed beautifully. You're going to be able to come back to these. I'm just going to move the iron time and time and time again. Step-by-step instructions. And then you have all of your applique templates for your dolls. Now, these friends are the same. They're constructed the same way as we were seeing with the house plants. So with the miniature greenhouse, applique technique and free motion technique, you're going to apply those same skills, aren't you, Sallieann?
Yes, you are.
Yeah. Brilliant. So everything that you've just seen, you're still going to utilise with this pattern. Now let me show you this. I think this might be up there with one of my favourite ever panels. Look at this. You ready? One, it's absolutely huge.
Ooh, do you want me to catch
Look at that. Oh, this is gorgeous. You've got all your skin tones here. You've got all of your dresses, the outfits here. You've even got at the bottom all of those squares which you could use for shoes. You've got your cushion frill included, that lovely gingham, all here. It's absolutely gorgeous. And I'm actually thinking now, if you get yourself the pattern, this is included, get another one of these as well, because you are going to think of so many different projects. Obviously, I've got 3 little girls, so I actually just want to be making all sorts with this. You could do little bags. You could applique this onto, as we said, dresses. You don't even need to be a dressmaker. You get a plain dress or a plain white T-shirt and applique them on. It will look lovely.
Yeah.
And personalise them as well. I'd do, them all with the different colours hair, like my girls. And you could have them all, the little girl band. They would love a little version of themselves on their top. That would be so cute. I love it. Now, you've also got 1/2 metre of your linen look, which you've started to put together. It looks great. It looks so lovely. And your instructions, £24. So there's the linen look grey, which is gorgeous. I don't actually know if I've seen this one. Is this Macawa? Macawa 1/2 metre. Wow, and it is lovely quality Macawa, isn't it?
Yeah, I think the other ones are Macawa as well. Yeah,
nice. They're really nice. We used to have
like
Macawa.
a linen look to them.
Yeah. They look lovely. I absolutely love it. Look, here's another great idea. As a wall hanging, personalise it with a name as well. Yeah. That is fab. Half the stock, gone. Everybody who's got it in their basket, go for it. We love this. It's absolutely adorable. Now, if you want the pattern on its own with those templates, here you go. This is the physical option. £9.99. Already loads of these have gone on pre-order. Over 100 of them have already sold on pre-order. If you want to get the pattern, £9.99 with your free motion techniques. I just really like it as well to be able to know and learn how to do a circular cushion with your button in the middle and this lovely pleated gathered frill as well. How lovely would they look in a linen? How lovely would they look in a gingham? How nice will they look on a bed in a velour? They look so beautiful. Look at the size of it, Ollie. It's amazing, isn't it? It's gorgeous. And I do think that you will use this pattern again and again.
Yes,
It's a real skill builder, isn't it?
I would say with regards to it being circular, so it started off life, and you can see I've got a zip back, and it was flat, and it had just a little tag in the middle. Yeah. And I liked it like that, but I had to find out what it would look like with a button through the middle. Yeah. So I put a button through the middle, which is hence why it's a little bit of a, I don't know, let's call it a combo project to show you the difference. Yeah.
It looks lovely with that the button in the middle.
Yeah.
Now, one thing that I would be thinking, oh my gosh, I'm not going to get this right, is making sure they are all positioned perfectly so it's all centralised.
Yep.
So we're going to go through that.
Oh, we're going to go through that.
And also the pleating. We've got a really cool hack of how you can do the pleating. So that's your pattern on its own. There's so many of you coming through for the pattern. Love the different embroidered faces. You can have really fun, lots of fun with the hair. You could add beads, all sorts, couldn't you?
Yeah, I didn't. You said I didn't embroider the faces. I drew them on with a micron pen.
Oh, great.
Yeah, but I mean, you could embroider them if you're, if you
Yeah.
wanted to.
Yeah.
You could embroider them in. I'm just not that great at embroidery, to be honest.
This is so cool though, isn't it? I love it. And look, every single angle, whichever way you put it on the bed or play with it, it's just lovely. I know there's so many people that would love making this. Look at all the different shoes as well. Colourful shoes. Panel is amazing. The panel is flying out. We have got it available on its own as well. You've got the digital download option. Here's the digital. Let's get digital. What do you sing that as well? I thought I made that up myself. Oh, I thought I was original. Here we go. Oh no. Apparently John's got shouts at Ben for singing that song to him. Which song do you sing? Oh. Digital, digital. £9.99. And that's if you're thinking, like me, I just want to have a go now. I've got a day, afternoon spare, I want to have a go now. So if you hit purchase, obviously if this is all that you buy through the day, then you'll only pay £9.99. You won't be paying postage and packaging. But if you do want to add the panel or add anything else to your order, then the P&P will be added, obviously. But it will be sent straight to your Sewing Street account. Now, let's show you. Panel is available on its own. I love the variety. Just to have this as a little bit. If you have had a bit of a sort out of your scraps and you're lacking certain colours, or we're all drawn to certain stars, aren't we? If you really love that ditzy look, that sort of Liberty-esque ditzy print feel, this is beautiful. It's just spring, summer. For a plique, for FPP, lovely for the Circle of Friends cushion. But also think about your stash and how this could work with lots of other projects or plique projects that you love as well. That is gorgeous, isn't it? Isn't it gorgeous? I love it. Oh, Stuart Hillard saying he loves it. It's brilliant, isn't it? This would be so nice as well in blocks on a quilt or a wall hang. There's so much that you could do with these templates.
There's a quilt in the next show that matches with this.
Is there?
I don't know what I should have said.
Spoiler alert, spoiler. Right, we've literally got just over 15 minutes, so we want to try and get as many tips in as possible. I do like the idea, look at that. And the back of it as well.
Yeah.
So adorable. Love it. Right, these are flying out. What are you able to show us then, Sallieann?
Okay, so I went through the fusible web applicator when I did the plants, so I'm just going to sort of skip through that bit. It's the same with the girls, exactly the same process. One thing I would say is the shoes are a little bit difficult because they're so small. They are a little bit difficult to cut out that middle bit. If you don't want to cut out the middle bit, don't. Just use the shoe like I'm going to do on this one as a block rather than try and cut out that little tiddly bit. It was one of those things I was able to cut out the middle, but my husband struggled. I don't know whether he's going to like me for saying that. Right, so I'm just peeling off to actually assemble the girl. So exactly as we were doing with the plants, I'm just...
It's handy having a nice little mini iron actually, isn't it, for this, instead of getting your big iron out.
And if you put a clip in the side, it took me a long time to work that out. If you put a clip in the side of either your sheet, your Teflon sheet or your piece of paper, it stops the whole thing moving around. But that took me... I was probably about 10 girls in before I realised that. Okay.
Do you know what it reminds me of? When you were young and you used to have those dolls and you could change their outfits, you'd fold the paper round and you'd have all the outfits. That's what it reminds me of. It's just so nostalgic, isn't it? As I said, my Maisie's favourite book is this Paper Dolls book at the minute and she loves it. I would love to make it. Just even like you say, bunting.
Yeah.
Or, be so pretty. And to be able to then personalise it as well.
Right. Let's get the hair on. So again, all these have been reversed as well, so they're ready to go. Right. So if I bring this into view.
So have you got a template for the circle as well, or have you found a very big plate?
I haven't got a template for the circle.
Okay. So how are you drawing a perfect circle?
Okay, so I folded, well, let's go there first, shall we? I started out with a square.
Okay.
And what I did is I folded it in half.
Ah,
and then I folded it in quarters.
Yeah.
And then I measured with a tape measure from the centre. I think it is like 10 1/4. And I made points all the way around. And then I put some clips in it. And then I cut round on that line.
Okay, brilliant.
Okay? So there we go with that. So, yeah, so you start off with a square and you actually assemble it on a square. And I don't know if you can see, to help you with placement, what I've done is I've put in, which I've drawn on the back, and you can see my centre point. I've got a compass and I just drew in with a pencil, I think it's a 7 diameter circle. Yeah?
Right.
And then I sewed with my sewing machine on that line so that I could see it on the front of my cushion.
Oh, that's clever, yeah.
So I've sewed it with a bigger stitch so that I can take it out afterwards. And that gives me a placement line for all my girls.
Yes. Oh, nice.
Yeah. So, so all of them, I think you'll probably be able to see, all of them, that they fit on the line just under their armpits all the way around.
Oh, this kit's about to sell out. There's only 4 left. Everyone's loved this one.
Good.
I love the fact that you've said then now, spoiler alert, next time Sallieann's here, she's got the quilt as well.
I talked to Jen about that this morning.
Fabulous. I did see you up on the, what's this called?
The walkway up there.
Yeah, the walkway.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Jen and I are in cahoots. Right. Yes, so this is the last one that would go in, and can you see her just under her armpits or on the circle?
Right.
So I'm going to go back in afterwards and remove that.
Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't even really need to, do you? Especially if you've used a longer stitch, you can't even see them on the telly, but at home, if you wanted to, you can then remove them.
So then I'm just going to use like a hot iron. Some of their legs look at going a little bit.
Make sure it's all pressed down. Oh, I do think this is something you can have so much fun with. Yeah. Adding little bits of tulle or lace, adding little tutu skirts or beads if you wanted to. You could go to town on accessories.
Oh yeah,
and
you
all
could have little
sorts.
beads on the shoes.
Yeah.
And again, you could embroider the face or you could draw it in. Yeah.
Nice.
Okay.
When you're drawing in, would you draw it in at this point?
Yes.
With a friction pen first to check that you're happy with the eyes, or do you just go straight in with a permanent pen?
I go straight in with a permanent pen. And I risk it. And I must admit, I look at them and I think, I like some of you more than others. Some of you came out really great and others are a bit like, ooh, she looks like she's having a bad day.
I was going to say, they all look quite happy to me, but I do think sometimes I'm awful at drawing in faces, and it completely changes like the whole look of the character, doesn't it? When you're like, yeah.
Okay, so how are we doing for time? Do you want me to free motion one of these in? And have I got time to talk about
Yeah,
both
we've
those
got
elements?
10 minutes.
Okay, right. Let's go then.
This kit's about to sell out. There's 2 left. 2 left, 2 left, 2 left. If you do want the panel on its own, there's option, or if you want the pattern on its own, which one are we going for? Pattern on its own is going to be your best option. Hundreds of these are now gone. And also, if you do get the pattern on its own, there is also lots of lovely pre-cuts underneath us on the website from the Alice Caroline 5-inch charm pack, the fat quarters, and they are lovely as well. Definitely get some of those, because how beautiful in Liberty dresses would your circle of friends look?
Jen, saying that, I've got like a little sample here because Jen did send me that pack.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, and I just put that together, you know, using the pack, using just, I mean, these are just like 1-inch squares.
Yes.
And you could make it into the idea
Little
that you could get a pouch. Yeah.
Great idea.
Get the pack. Yeah.
Get the pattern and get the charm pack.
Yeah.
You'll have your templates there. Lovely.
Yeah.
Thank you. Nice inspiration.
Oh, I nearly walked off with your jacket.
I won't tell anybody.
Oh, I'm not attracted to Liberty fabric. Not really. You know.
I don't know anyone that is.
Okay. Ooh.
Oh, is it your thingy down?
Oh, yeah. There you go.
You know, the classic thingy down.
The thingy down, yeah. And again, don't be, you know, too sort of precious about it.
Pardon, sorry.
I said don't be sort of too precious about it. You just go for it and don't think too deeply about what you're doing. So again, about an 1/8 in. I mean, you might decide to stop and, I don't know,
breathe.
Or you might decide to go back and do the legs afterwards, but there you go. But just don't be frightened of it, and you'll be surprised at the result. I must admit, I always am. I think, oh, actually looks okay. And or you might decide to, I think actually some of them, I went over legs once, hands once, dress twice. I don't know, I had something going on. Depends how detailed you want to make it, really.
Have you got anything on the back of this? Is this the H640?
No,
Oh, sorry,
just
just your H640, yeah. And also, is there a reason why you've overlocked the outside of your circle?
No.
Just
so it didn't fray for the demo. Let's go back in around the head again. And the more wobbly your lines, the better it tends to look. So you sort of overlap the previous line.
It looks like it's sketched, it's doodled, it's like it's drawn, isn't it? And the more that you are sort of free with that, then it looks more realistically drawn.
Okay. So yeah, you can begin to see how they sort of seem to come to life.
Yeah, love that.
Yes. Okay, right, so let's move on then to the frill, because I did have fun with the frill. It was good to...
I think this is a lovely skill builder pattern that you're going to be able to learn so many different techniques, because this is so cute, isn't it? I love a round cushion anyway, and so to be able to have like the country style frilly cushions, they're really nice, aren't they?
So again, this is in the panel, so I've got just one piece that I've started to work on. So you're going to take strips out of the panel, and there's enough in the panel, obviously, to go around the edge. I think there's enough to go around the edge 1.5 times. So if you're going to pull it in, you need to be aware of that to make it fit the outside edge of your cushion. So all I've done with this, to actually ruffle it up, is I've put in 2 lines of stitching, probably 1/4 inch in, and then, I don't know, 3/8 of an inch in from the raw edge. And the stitch size is about 4 or 5, so it's a longer stitch length. And then I've left a long trail of thread.
Okay, so don't automatically cut it off like we used to. Yeah, keep long.
Both ends, and then all you do then is pull on the top ones and begin to sort of ruche it up, okay? One thing I would say is, because of the length, because obviously it's got to go all the way around that cushion, you need to have a break every so often.
Oh, so you wouldn't just sew the whole lot? No, do it like that and gather,
so,
then do another bit and gather.
Yes, so I do. Okay. I probably do something like 1/4 or 1/3 of it, and then stop, and then do the next 1/4 or 1/3.
And how much have you gathered this one? Because it doesn't actually look like you've even done any gathering.
Yes, so that one's not gathered.
No, not at all. No. Okay. So this one is
a
different technique. I could gather all of that if I wanted. There's enough fabric to be able to go all the way around with a gather.
Okay. Or you could pleat it.
Which is in the instructions? Which option?
I think I mentioned the gathers, and I'm touch on the pleats.
Okay.
But I had fun doing the pleats. I told you about the pleats.
All you need is a kitchen fork.
Yeah, all you need is a kitchen fork. So Yes, so again, this has come from the panel. All I've done is cut a strip, joined the strips together, folded it wrong sides together, ready to go on the outside of my cushion. And then to get the pleats in it, I'm going to have to try and do this free motion. I can't set it up any other way. Let's try it that way. So I wouldn't usually do this free motion, but just so that I can show you. So yeah, there's lots of this about, but I got excited by it. So basically you're going to use a fork to help you pleat it. So I'm going to go in with the fork away from me and then turn it over.
Right.
To get a perfect pleat.
That is so clever. We're going to move the camera in a moment so you can see that.
If I can move this along.
Oh gosh, you're actually steering this because you've got your free motion first.
So I'll do it again.
Yeah.
So you're going to go in with the bottom.
Can you just bring it here so we can see what you're doing, even though it's not, that's it, perfect, thank you.
Okay.
So it goes
I've
in
got
for...
In, and then you just turn it over.
Right.
Sit it down.
Yes.
Okay, so I do it again.
Yeah.
So in, turn it over. And if you look around, people do it in different ways. I tried lots of different ways. This was the best way I felt for me because I felt like the bowl of the fork helped me sit it down better. Yeah. This is the way that worked for me. Anyway.
And I think that it then gives you a perfect even gap between your pleats, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. So once you get going, believe it or not, it is quite good fun. So you'd put in, let's do it right around. So I've got the fork away from me and I'm going in is it called a tine, the bottom tine?
In the tine? Oh, I've not heard of that. The bottom tine, okay.
And then I'm just twisting it away from me to make my pleat.
And this is within your seam allowance when you've got it on your normal, you do it with your normal foot at home.
Yeah. That's just so that you can see. The line's a bit wiggly, but you can see how the fork has created those pleats.
That's such a cool hack, isn't it?
Yeah, it's good fun.
And then that goes around the outside.
As you get going, you get more sort of, and they become more even. So I'd have a practice on a scrap piece, and to get the technique going. Yeah.
Who knows? I knew they could use a dingle hopper or a hair comb for pleats as well. Thank you ever so much. We've run out of time. Okay. I'm ever so sorry. There's so much as well that we could keep going with. We are going to come back as well in the next hour with you, and there's still sort of shared techniques because we've got the pencil case and also remind me.
Stamp cushions. Yeah,
love these.
Yeah,
I love these. I mentioned earlier on I had a look on Sallyann's Instagram, and you did a fabulous tour of your sewing room, and on your design wall there were some cross-stitch stamps which were the inspiration. And they are gorgeous. Really great technique. And we've never done anything quite like those. So very excited. Thank you ever so much. Well done, everybody who's got something so far. If you do just want the Circle of Friends pattern, the kits have sold out. There is panels available. So basically, if you want to make your own kit, all that you won't be able to get is the Macawa linen look. Choose your own background though. Use some of your own background and you can get still your panel and your pattern available underneath us on the website. There is also the miniature greenhouse pattern and kits listed there. So use the next few minutes to have a look through those. I am back with Stuart Hillard. We have got the most fabulous brand new Moda collection. We have got also, not much left already. Oh my word, it's already been selling on pre-order. And also we've got quilts in the country, from the country, next to, round the country. Ben called it every name, apart from the actual name, quilts from the country. So stay tuned. We're doing a bit of a relaunch. Really excited to see Stuart right after this. Don't go anywhere.
Looking for some creative inspiration? Head over to the Sewing Street website and click on the SS Hub. It's packed with ideas, tips and projects to spark your creativity. Plus you'll find the latest news and information on sewing machines and overlockers. Get inspired with Sewing Street.
Join us live on Facebook from 2 p.m. for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
So many more quilts I want to make now. I'm going to have to live to 200.
It's just been one of the best festivals I've ever been to in my whole life.
I will definitely be back and I'm going to have a quilt.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with our social media pages. All the latest news, events, product launches, and much, much more. Search Sewing Street. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches, and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Hello, welcome back, welcome back. Stuart Hillard, welcome back.
Thank you very much.
How are you?
Very well, thank you.
How was your evening?
Well, I just wanted to say a massive thank you to Shropshire Quilters for hosting me last night. We had the best time, such laughs. It was really good fun. And I met there's a member in the group. She won't mind me saying, I'm sure, she's 93.
Oh, fantastic.
Still quilting like a good 'un. and vibrant, full of ideas, and we were talking about different ideas, and it was just lovely. And I just love meeting real quilters in the wild.
Yeah,
it was great.
I love that. So you were up in Shrewsbury till late last night.
Yes, I was a dirty stopper.
Yes, I know.
But
and now
I'm
you're
raring
back.
to go. Yeah,
back. And we have got so much to talk about. Because you were just telling me in the break there that recently you launched Moda collection.
Sacré Bleu.
Sacré Bleu.
Sacré Bleu.
Is this a similar
it's got a really similar vibe to it.
love this feel. It's the most gorgeous. When I think of Moda, and when I first started in the sewing world, I always was told about Moda.
Oh, yeah.
And anybody that was a serious quilter, they said, you've got to work with Moda. Moda.
Yeah, it's one of the best.
When I think of Moda and traditional quilting, this colour palette gives you all of that traditional, lovely colour. But then, again, with that mint.
I know, it is, isn't it? It's that lovely
Beautiful.
mint. It's that coral, and then the navies and the creams. It's a delectable collection. And I think having those accent colours in there takes it stratospheric.
Now, this is Sandalwood. It is brand new in today. Nobody else has had a look at it, and we aren't staying at this price. Now, obviously, it's a massive bundle, 12
It is.
meters.
It's a huge collection. There's so much you could do with this. I mean, this alone would easily make a king-size quilt.
Wow.
And then more and more after that. So you're getting an awful lot for your money, and it's just beautiful.
Well, we're actually going lower today. We decided, you know what? Because it is the launch show, we've got Stuart here, we've got some great inspiration as well, which we will talk about. You are going to get not just half a metre, a whole metre for free. £206.77 to be exact. This one looks like a solid on screen, and it's not, is it?
No.
You've got like a white on cream.
Yes.
And you've got so many. Do you know what I love about these? You could put together a stunning low volume quilt project.
Totally right. And actually a lot of collections lack the coordinating neutrals that you are so essential.
Yeah.
But they're so incredibly beautiful in their own light. Right, I mean, look at that as your focus fabric. If you wanted to do a calm, gentle, soft, pretty quilt, have this as your hero fabric, as soft and subtle as it is, and then coordinate it with these other lovely soft kind of putty and stone colours. Maybe mix a little of this minty aquamarine. If you did want a little pop of colour, you could pop a little bit of the navy or a little bit of the coral. But I mean, even here, we've got really soft options that we can put together. Oh, bless you.
Do you know if you're a bag maker?
Yes.
These are lovely combos. Oh, see, that works so well. You start then putting together your own mini kits. When you buy a bundle like this, you actually think, do you know what? This can go so far. This could be used
to me,
so many projects.
I could do like 3, 4, 5 different quilts out of this. All have their own personality and their own. I mean, when you see all the fabrics together, who doesn't want to just dive in and roll around in that? I mean, I'm having to hold myself back. No, but really, fabrics give me almost like a sort of a physical reaction.
Yeah, you know, like Dawn French gets into the chocolate fountain.
Exactly. I do just want to dive face first in, because they are so delectable and so inspiring. And I really think just, you know, in fact, last night I was talking with Shropshire Quilters about how I design. And you know, a lot of the time I just get the fabric out and start cutting into it.
Yeah.
Not even with a plan, but I just let it evolve and play with it, you know. And if you can do that, you can be your own designer.
And I suppose having a collection that is all curated together, you've got different scales of print, you know the colours are all going to work. It does that for you. It's not as daunting when you're buying a collection like this.
No,
and I love the fact that with Moda, like you said, it's not very often that you have all your, I'm using the word mixes quite, you know, I don't want to just say they're mixers because they're so much more than that.
So integral.
But they are so important to your stash. And also, you've got some really big, bold hero prints in there that would make amazing borders. Or,
I mean...
Yes.
But, you see, none of them are Larry.
No.
Do you know what I mean?
No.
Even the boldest, even the biggest prints, they are really tasteful, classy. I mean, these are three sisters from Moda Designs. And for me, they're one of the best designers. Now, I just want to show you the original quilt, the Fisherman's Catch. I used a Three Sisters collection.
Right, it's the one that's on the back wall. In fact, do you want... Oh, no, we've got a picture of it. There you go.
And you can see that large print that I've used in the outer squares and that sort of faux border that goes around the outside edge. That really, almost like a toile that encapsulates and brings everything together. Well, within this range, I've used that fabric that I just showed you. And if I just show you here, so you've got these beautiful floral elements.
That is lovely.
It's eye-catching, but it's also calm and it's classy. And then I've used some of the navies. So I've kept the look here, navy, turquoise, and just a hint of that coral, but you could really emphasize the coral side of this. I've also put a faux flange into my binding, which I'm going to teach you how to do today.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen that before.
It's such a fun technique. It's so easy, and this binding is completely machine sewn front and back.
Fabulous.
It's so easy.
What, so you've
do.
not had to slip stitch around? Oh, nice. We'll show you how to do that. Now, that whole collection, this is one of the biggest Moda collections that we brought to you, 12.5 metres for £206.77. It takes your split pace down under £70. We only had 50 bundles, which I know sounds a lot, but when we're talking Moda and Three Sisters, like you said, this is one of the most traditional. I love this one.
Isn't it gorgeous?
Look at your shadow in the background. There's a lot to this, isn't it?
It's so beautiful. And you know, with 12.5 metres, 25 different fabrics to enjoy, to play with, to be creative with, you could put them all together to create one masterpiece of a quilt. I mean, actually, even if you just cut this into squares and rectangles and sewed them together random style, it would be incredible. It would be beautiful. But equally, you could pick out just your soft turquoisey, well, not really turquoise, it's a kind of aquamarine.
Yeah, it's like a lovely mint.
And maybe some of the creams. Just these. And there's your quilt. There's your quilt palette. Really calm, really gentle.
So tranquil.
You could take all of the corals.
Yeah, I like the fact that this isn't red. I wouldn't call it red.
No.
It is coral. There's peaches in there. There's slight oranges. It's more of your coral. That's perfect.
You sound like a wine expert.
Oh, I am. I am.
There's coral in there. There's tangerines. There's fresh grass. I love it. No, totally agree with you. Yes, exactly. And it is those beautiful, soft, gentle tones that really make this collection special. But then, when it's picked... oh, excuse me. When it's picked out in a print like this, I mean, how completely gorgeous is that? It's so fresh, it's pretty, but it's also got that, I suppose, a bit of drama with the navy.
I love that it says, love is in the air, breathe it in.
Oh, hello.
That is it, isn't it? Love, isn't it? Breathe it in. And that's what we're doing. You've got to get it home and, you know, really look at it, think about it. But also, it's, like you said, it's doing the hard work for you.
It really is.
As a designer.
It really is. Now, another thing that I would really go for with this collection is my patchwork and quilted Haori jacket from Quilts from the Country. Because, now for that, you're probably going to need about 4 metres or so of fabric for the outer patchwork for the jacket. And so this would just be perfect. Yeah. You're cutting sort of long rectangles that you sew together to create basically a sort of quilt. Oh, bless your heart, thank you. To make quilt it and then cut it apart to make your haori. Now imagine this in those soft sort of eau de Nil, minty colours, the creams, that bit of coral, or mix across the entire range. You get the whole dressmaking pattern and your full instructions. Yeah.
We're going to talk about this book. Yeah, I feel like this is a bit of a relaunch. We've not actually spoken about this for ages.
And can I say as well, just to give extra credibility to the pattern for this, I actually worked with our lovely Rebecca Harrison.
Oh, did you?
She helped me cut the pattern.
Well, we're in
so
safe
we know
hands.
she's, yeah.
Between you and Rebecca Harrison, we've got a fab pattern.
Yeah, yeah. You know, I know what I can and can't do. And so we worked together to create a pattern that would look good on anybody and would fit just about anybody. And it's really easy to make as well. But imagine this made in sandalwood.
Yes.
And, you know.
With those corally salmons, with the mints or creams, or as you can see in the blues, they look fabulous. But you've got that whole range of choice within here.
Then you can make a quilt as well and a bag, all of it from this collection.
Okay, so we mentioned the book. This is the book we're talking about. Now, the last time I did this, over 250 sold. We don't have that many today. We do not have that many. But there was a reason why so many went absolutely crazy. It's because we reduced it, and we're actually going to do it again today.
Let's do that again.
It's a special celebration. We've got a new fabric collection. We are under £20 for your quilts in the country, and it is a signed edition from Stuart Hillard. Yes. And this is, without a doubt, one of my favourite books you've done. There's
thank you.
So many projects. And like you said, this isn't just, you know, big quilts. It's got garments. It's got all sorts in here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Talk me through.
We've got your dressmaking pattern in the back, but you've also got the full-size patterns for your embroideries for the quilt that we've got on today.
Wow.
So they're all full-size pattern pieces there in the back. Okay?
Brilliant.
But you definitely will trace them off. Don't cut into that. Keep that pristine so that you can keep it forever. But just to show you, I'm just going to whiz to, look, so you've got patchwork slippers. So cute.
Nice.
That you can make to match your jacket, or you can make them with plain fabric, or they're so adaptable.
Oh, you'll be making everybody those for Christmas, won't you?
Now, I'm wearing the jacket there, so it fits me.
Nice.
But then Alice, who's our art director, is wearing it there, and it looks gorgeous on her too. Yeah. And Alice and I are very, very different sizes and shapes. So, you know, it looks good on anybody. It's really gorgeous. And you get your full pattern in there as well. And you can see there, you make a long, thin quilt. Or you can make individual pieces. Just a bit bigger than your pattern pieces, quilt them, and then make the jacket up. So you get that. Here's some embroidery here. Now again, this would look amazing done in sandalwood. The catch of the day. I need to do a big shout out. There's the quilt we're looking at today. I need to do a big shout out to Hilary, who's a very, very dear friend of mine, an absolute whiz at hand sewing. I mean, gorgeous embroidery, English paper piecing, things like that. Hilary did all the embroidery for Quilts from the Country.
Wow.
Again, I know what I can do and I know what I can't. And also, she stepped in last minute for this version, and she's busy making her own version of the quilt. But she let me have one of the blocks, the ship in the bottle.
That looks lovely with all the different colours as well, because you can start to bring out some of the different tones as well and different colours in there. That looks lovely. And the full-size embroidery templates in the back of the book as well.
Yeah, they're on that pattern sheet as well, so you just trace them off. But equally, you could use the quilt pattern, the frame. This could be done in reds, couldn't it? It could be red work.
Yeah.
This could be lovely little sort of, you know, scenes from 1930s, you know, whatever, Christmas.
Nice. Yeah.
Lots you can do. We've also got this quilt here, which is called Where the Wind Blows You.
I've got it here.
Here.
It's a huge Mariner's Compass quilt.
It is, a Mariner's Compass.
Look at this. This is included in the book. Yeah. See, I think you value for money. How many patterns are there in the book?
30, now I want to say 31. I think it's 31. 30
projects. Yeah.
30 step-by-step projects. And this, of course, I've done in kind of coastal country colours. But this could be done in solids. This could be done bright solids on a black background. This could be Tula pink. This could be sandalwood. Anything would look good.
Yeah, this would look lovely with, again, more of those corally tones with the blues as well.
And definitely with that faux flange binding.
Yeah, oh yeah, we're going to show
Can't
how to
wait
do that as well.
you.
So there's 30 projects in here. That makes our price per project, well, literally pence. I'm not even going to do the maths. You're getting all of these amazing projects. I mean, when we launched this, there's Christmas projects, there's all sorts in here. Tableware, there's tableware in there.
That's one of my favourites, little crosses.
And remember, lots of these blocks, I remember that once you've done a block, you can have that as a cushion. You don't need to see these as huge quilts.
No, not at all, not at all. And throughout, there's 4 different chapters of projects: spring, summer, autumn, and Christmas, winter. And there's 4 different styles, if you like. Excuse me. So spring is coastal country style.
Lovely.
You know, kind of blues and tans and navies. Summer is so that's at the coast. Summer is in the dower house. It's pretty, it's feminine, it's floral, it's kind of cottage garden, romantic country style. So I picked different decorating styles as well to sort of enhance the projects. Then,
Wow, is that
techniques.
plique? Nice.
Yeah. Then the forest farmhouse in autumn. So this is darker, richer, warm and cosy, that sort of country style. Of course, we have to have log cabin and little crosses. And then Christmas or winter is wherever you are. Grand country house, well, it could be your apartment in the city. Whatever your style, you can make this work. So I've done lots of kind of reds and creams.
Nice. But when you do as well, I'm not necessarily the Christmas stockings, but even if you love one of the patterns and it's in the rich colourways, but you actually really like the prettiness of the spring colours, change them up, change it up. The possibilities are actually endless, aren't they?
It's so easy to do. I mean, the log cabin quilt would be so beautiful done in this fabric range. And I would use, obviously, all of these lovely creams and probably the soft eau de Nil shades as my background, my neutral. Lovely. And you can see in here how using really sort of bright cream against much warmer tan gives so much sparkle to this quilt. Yeah. If I had just used all the same shade, it would have been very flat, very one-dimensional. This kind of breathes life. Same with the dark logs. You don't want everything really dark. Otherwise, it's just this black hole that sucks you in. You want some lighter tones. So here is where, you're going to use these ones, but you're probably also going to pull in the corals, maybe even some lighter and softer blues from your stash. I mean, see these fabrics as a starting point, and you could totally transform the look of the projects.
I think there's hundreds, probably thousands of you that watch Sewing Street. They've already got this book. If you haven't, it's definitely one to add to your collection of Stuart Hillard's quilt books, sorry. If you do want it, that's the side edition for $19.99. Now, we're talking about the brand new Moda collection, Sandalwood, and it is beautiful, absolutely beautiful. And talking about the quality of Moda, suitable for quilters because it presses, sews beautifully, but also if you're a dressmaker, as we've seen with the kimono, fabulous. We have got all of these prints. If there's one that really catches your eye, there is one. There's all of these are now individually listed underneath us on the web. I know our time is limited on air, so I don't think we have a chance to literally go through every single one of these individually. So please, 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 if there is one of them that you love and you're thinking, right, I want to make a shirt in this, I want to make a dress in this one, then start checking out individually because it suits perfectly
does.
for dressmaking. Obviously, check your pattern and see.
Yeah, that's right. As long as it's for a woven fabric, then it's going to work brilliantly. And the other thing is that because these fabrics are designed and manufactured for quilt making, obviously quilts take a heavy bashing.
Yeah.
Bedding takes a lot of wear and tear. So these have to be high thread count, great quality, beautifully woven, so that they take the prints perfectly. So you know that when you buy quilt weight cotton, it's exceptional value. Now, dressmaking fabrics really vary in quality, but if you buy from the sort of big manufacturers of quilt weight cotton, you will always get a quality product. And Moda have been at the forefront of so many innovations in our industry. They really are market leaders, and the fabrics that they produce are market leaders, and with good reason. I mean, can you imagine making some quilted cushions to go on the bed, just cream bedding and then that fabric, cross-hatch quilted, and maybe piped edge or a faux bound edge, faux flange edge, and on the bed.
This would be lovely. You know, the circular cushions that we had with Sallieann.
Lovely.
Really lovely. Right, just so you know, we've taken a whole metre off the price as well. So you're getting, well, they're £8.99 a half metre, aren't they? So you're saving another £16 on this today. Yes, whilst we're showing how to do this fab technique, because I don't think I've ever seen anybody show how to do this before. I think you've done it on a bag.
I've added flanges before, but this is the first time I'm going to show on air how to do the faux flange binding.
Right.
So it's a good look, right?
Yeah.
I think
I really like it.
Yeah.
And can you do this on any sort of cushions or quilts?
Totally.
Nice.
And the great thing about it is it's completely machine sewn. Would you like to see how to make it?
Yes, please.
Okay, let's do it. Let's do it. Right. So what I've done is I've mocked up a little quilt.
Nice, that's cute.
Got wadding inside, just to illustrate how to make it. So I've got that, and I'm going to pop that to one side. Right, so the first thing that you're going to need is you're going to cut 2 strips of fabric. And if I grab the quilt back down for a second, so we've got our binding fabric, which is our outer binding, and then we've got our accent. Now, believe it or not, Vix, you actually cut wider strips of your accent than your binding.
Right, okay.
Okay. And all will become clear when I show you what you do. So what you're going to do is you're going to cut 2 strips of fabric. Your accent strip, you need to cut strips that are 1 3/4 inches wide. Okay. Your binding colour, you want to cut strips that are 1 1/2 inches wide.
Is that your go-to with binding anyway, 1 1/2 inches?
No. So for binding, normally for a double fold binding, I'm going to cut 2 1/2 inch wide strips, fold them in half, stitch them to the front, fold them to the back, and stitch them to the back. This, a very different method, but you'll love it. So our binding is 1 1/2 inch wide. Our accent is 1 3/4 inches, and you're going to cut as many strips as you need to go around your quilt. You're then going to join the individual strips to each other. So you want a long line of binding in your coral, and then a long line of binding in your blue. And when you join them, you want to make sure. Oh, I knew it. This piece hasn't got any joins in it, but join with a diagonal seam. Yeah, standard as we would for binding. Press those seams open, and then what you want to do also is that when you join these 2 fabrics together, you don't want your joins to meet. You don't want the where you've joined strips of navy together.
Yeah.
That join, you don't want that join and this joint to come together.
Just because you'll see.
Bulk.
Yeah, right, okay.
Right. So what you want to do is maybe if you're cutting 4 strips of this, join those together with diagonal seams, 4 strips of this, but cut one of the strips in half.
Yeah.
So you start with a half strip and end with a half strip, and then you'll offset your joins. So once you've done that, you're then going to join the 2 fabrics together as if you were making something like a 4 patch that you would chop up, strip piece them together. 1/4 inch seam allowance, and then I've pressed my seam open. Okay, this just helps distribute the bulk. Then what you're going to do, now there's a few different things you can do. If you want the tiniest accent of colour, then what you would do is you would bring those two raw edges together like this, and you would press it, okay? And what you will end up with then is, let's just get those edges together.
Oh yeah.
The tiniest.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, lovely. If you want something really subtle.
Yeah.
Now, I had to make sure this popped on TV.
Yeah.
But also, actually, I think most of us would want it to pop a little bit more than that. So what I did when I folded it in half was I actually made sure there was a good 1/4 of an inch. I think that looks much more dynamic. But what it does mean is that you're not bringing the edges completely together. This is not an issue at all. That's fine. So you can play a little bit with how much or how little that you want to show, and you're just going to press it all the way along your strip.
Any tips on getting it really sort of even along the whole stretch of it? Because obviously you're doing a lot of this to go around a whole quilt.
Yeah. Take your time.
Just take time.
Take your time.
Go to the ironing board and fold and press, fold and press.
You know, keep measuring it as you go. I mean, you could...
There's some of those ironing rulers, you know, like those prim ironing rulers. Would you use one of those? But just take your time. Yeah.
I just found I could do it by eye. You know, most of us quilters are so trained to do a 1/4 of an inch. We just know what it looks like.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Oh, by the way, we've changed the split pay for you because so many people have got it in baskets. We want you to be able to get the whole bundle. So fingers crossed, this will make it more accessible for you. We've changed the graphics. Anybody that has bought it, if you want to add it to 5-way split pay, there you go. What was it on before? 3? Oh, that's made a massive difference, hasn't it? Because that now takes it with 0% interest. Remember, you don't pay any extra with your interest payments to £41.35. Fingers crossed that makes it more accessible to you. Because I do understand that it's a lot of fabric there, isn't it? It's a considered purchase. But I'm thinking, you know, if you were to buy one of those sort of boxed quilt kits that generally might have, you know, 7 metres or so to make a quilt, 7.5. This is actually really good value for money for 12.5 metres.
Totally.
That's nearly like double of what you would get in some of those quilt kits that would still cost you close to that price.
I totally agree with you there. If you bought a quilt kit that had 12.5 metres of fabric in it, you would be paying at minimum £299 for that. Yeah, you would. And the pattern in there might well be free. As well. So this is exceptionally good value.
But this is your good chance. We always say, don't always necessarily go out and buy a new pattern. Have a look at what you've got in your stash already. Look through some of your books, you know, look through Quilts of the Country and have a look and see, right, what is it that I can make? Make a smaller project first. Make a cushion. Make
You know, doing something like that.
Great, lap quilt.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so happy. That sways your decision. It's flat. Everybody's checking out now. Right, just so you know, if you want it, it is the launch show, but it could absolutely sell out today. Now we've got it on 5-way split pay. Thanks, Ben. Right, sorry. Back
He's
to
a lovely boy.
Your top tips.
He's a lovely boy.
Good boy.
Right. So you'll start and finish your binding like any other. So if I fold the lead edge in and press it, and then I just tuck the raw edge into that folded edge to finish my... But some people join them in a fancy way. It's entirely up to you. Now, what I am going to do on my quilt is I'm just going to write front. Okay. The front of my quilt and the back. Ooh, making hard work of this, aren't I? It's my old friction pen.
You need a new pen.
Right, there we go. Front of my quilt, back of my quilt. I should have just used 2 different fabrics, but I'm not clever enough to think like that. Anyway, right, so this is what you're going to do. Now, normally, when we sew a binding onto a quilt, we would sew it to the front of the quilt first, Then flip it round and hand sew to the back, right? We're going to do this completely back to front. So we're going to actually join our binding to the back of our quilt first of all. So I'm going to lay this down. Now remember, I've offset this so I've got more of my accent showing. So I'm going to stick a pin in there and I'm going to start sewing from about here, okay? 1/4 inch seam allowance, which is stitch 46 on my Brother FS 250. I'm going to show you how to mitre corners on a binding too.
Oh, fabulous.
Right, so the glasses are going on. You know I mean business. I've got the red pair today.
Oh, they look nice.
Thank you.
They really pop with your turquoise. Love your summer beads.
My Sleeping Beauty turquoise.
Sleeping Beauty,
Yeah.
wow.
Yeah.
Do you know that mine's been closed for over 15 years now?
Has it?
My gemstone knowledge.
Oh, I say. Right, so I'm going to sew down to 1/4 inch away from the bottom of my quilt, and I'm going to do a little reinforcing stitch. Okay, so I've sewn down, and I stopped 1/4 inch before the end. Okay, so now I've got the edge that I've just bound at the top. I'm going to take my binding strip up, away. Yeah. And I'm going to pull it up so that the raw edge of the binding is level with the raw edge of the side that I'm going to bind next, okay? That makes my 45-degree mitre, okay? So I'm just going to kind of crease that. Now, if it helps you to, you can pop a pin in here, but you don't. Ow! Ow!
Oh, don't pop a pin in it and make yourself bleed. You need a plaster.
No
First
more.
aid.
Oh, look.
Levi.
Hey, look. I'm only joking. No, I'm joking. You won't. No, I don't.
First aider.
I'm kidding. I'm being dramatic. Right. So then what you do is you fold the binding. You fold the binding back down on itself. And what you want to do is you want a fold. You want to fold it so that that fold is level with the top of the quilt that you've just bound, and the raw edge now is lined up with the new side. So I'm going to take my pin out and I'm going to, look, I did it properly that time, hold it in place.
Right.
So now I'm going to start sewing from 1/4 inch away from that folded edge, and I'll sew down, okay? So you're always leaving that little 1/4 inch gap. Now, if you're new to this or you want to, you know, be extra careful, you can measure and put a little dot with a friction pen or a pencil, just to make sure that you start in the right spot. But again, quilters know 1/4 inch, you can do it by eye. So I'm sewing along again to 1/4 inch, and then I'm going to lock stitch in place. You could stitch backwards if you prefer, you know, either's good. So turn it again, and now I've got the edge that I've just bound.
I know, aren't we treated here? We've got coffee delivery.
Thank you. Like that. So I've done the same. So fold the binding up till the raw edge of the binding is level with the next side you want to crease. And I'm not going to put a pin in this time because I don't dare.
It's because, yeah, you've got your friction pen that's not working, obviously your pins that are working very well.
You know, I really am smashing it today, aren't I? And in an ideal world, this is going to line up, this is going to line up, this is going to line up. That's what you're looking for. If all of those things line up, you've made a perfect 45-degree mitre. So that's folded, and again, start sewing 1/4 inch in. So I'm going to stop when I've done this side and show you the next stage, but I just wanted to show you that a couple of times, because once you've cracked that, you've cracked binding with a mitered corner.
Yes.
Which, I mean, when I went to my first quilt class, I learnt so much, but I didn't learn that. And I so wished I had, because as soon as I learned how to do it, it's like, this is so easy.
And a lot of the times, let's face it, when you're learning to do a quilt block, it's something that is skimmed over. It's then now add the
bind
binding.
it.
Yeah.
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 Look at you. Hello.
Woo! Well, I've just grouped them into paisley prints, your larger scale prints. You get 2 of this print here. I've put them into groups, basically, so you can see. Do I get an approval of my display?
Hello, Christmas. That's gorgeous. Beautiful.
Thank you.
Right, so once you've sewn all the way around, and obviously, like I say, I fold that and I would tuck the raw edge under and sew it. Anyway, this is what you can do. So next, you know me and my hot thumbnail. I love to go round, rather than an iron, I love to go round and I rub my hot thumbnail. I haven't really got hot nails, but they do the job of an iron. Because a lot of people really don't like ironing on top of wadding.
Okay.
No, in fairness, I do, and I've never had any issues. But if you don't want to, you don't have to. If you don't want to, you don't got to, as they say. Right, so once I've done that, now I'm going to flip the binding to the right side. Now, because I offset, obviously my raw edge is still flapping around, but what I need to do is just keep it all tucked inside, okay? If you have literally matched the edges up, you'll have stitched that edge down, and that, look,
oh my
hello. Now,
nice.
I am going to grab my iron for this bit because it really helps to get a lovely crisp finish. And yesterday, I cracked open a brand new Quilters cut and press.
Oh, good, good, good.
And I'm going to try really hard to not be the person that puts the big iron.
Don't worry, it'll be Delphine.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Right, so then what you do is you fold your binding to now the front of your quilt, okay? And, oh, who sewed this? Goodness me. Fold that over like that, and I am going to use an iron. Now, you don't have to. You could just pin it, but I think you get the smartest finish by pressing it, okay? And I'm going to pop a couple of pins in just to hold it in place.
Just so you know, Ben is going to run all the graphics individually for all of the new collection. So if there's any that you have spotted, you'll now be able to find them all underneath us. Oh.
Right, fold your binding over on the next side. Okay, like so. Grab your iron and press. And then when you get to the corner, you shouldn't need to do, oh, look what I've done.
Oh, you're getting in a right angle.
I'm all tangled. I'm
It's
like
one of those days. It's a good job it's just the rehearsal today.
It is. I'm so glad we're not live. I'm like a kitten with a ball of wool, aren't I? And so what I'm going to do, look, I'm just going to fold that up. And look at that. Everything just perfectly miters. Yeah. And I'm going to press that just to keep it nice and crisp. Bob a pin in. Like so. So all the way across now, so two sides. Now we'll do the same again. And you just keep going like this all the way around. And a lot of quilters like to use quilters clips for their binding.
Yes.
Normally when I'm binding a quilt, I don't use anything apart from one pin at the corner as I'm going around just to hold the mitre in place.
Oh my gosh, you're a show-off.
No, I just don't find it necessary.
Really?
That's all. It's not...
Does it not hold it all so it... I suppose you don't need to catch it on the back, do you, with this method?
No.
No.
So then I'm just going to fold this up. And again, you know, finagle a bagel, like so. Yeah, to get your lovely mitre nice and crisp.
Yeah.
Press it in place. And again, you could pop a clip or a pin, as I'm doing.
The mitre.
Okay. Oh, lovely. Now we're almost finished. All I've got to do now is stitch in the ditch between the fabrics. Now, the ditch is not this no man's land between the two lines of stitching. It is one side of that seam.
Okay.
That is sewing in the ditch. So everyone who is tormenting themselves at the moment trying to sew when they're quilting here on this line, that is not the ditch.
Okay.
That is the ditch. It's the side that doesn't have the seam allowance, basically.
Oh.
You pressed one side.
So are you going to use a red thread for this?
I would do.
Yeah.
I did do on this.
Yeah.
Okay. But on this, I'm going to use a cream thread so you can see where I'm sewing.
Okay.
Now, this is not an exact science. You do not have to sew a particular distance, but I would say sew pretty close to that seam and you'll get a really lovely finish. You want that flange to fly free. You want it to have some dimension.
Texture.
And if you sew too close to the free edge, it won't have that texture and dimension.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yes. Yeah, because I did actually think, oh, is it the look of that flange that has the movement to it or not? But it does still have the, like
genuinely
let
does.
it fly for free. I don't know.
I know, it's a funny way to put it, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, let it fly.
So I've upped my seam allowance, my stitch length.
Okay.
To 4.
Do you never use a stitch in a ditch foot?
No, because I never ever stitch in the ditch, because to me it sort of it serves one purpose, which is to hold the layers together on a quilt, but it doesn't add anything to the design of the quilt. It doesn't add any extra, and I think that quilting should add more than just stability and function. I think it should beautify a quilt. I want to see the quilt. And most of the people I know that have done quilting in the ditch have done so because they want their quilting to hide. And I think that that's a bit of a shame, really. It would be much better to, you know, kind of practice your quilting and then really show it off. Let it be a feature of your quilt. Anyway, this probably illustrates why you should use the right colour thread. But anyway, look, here we go. Can you see? So I've sewn pretty close to that seam line all the way around.
Yeah.
So my binding is completely sewn on now.
That's so good.
I have got a flange, which is 3-dimensional, a binding, which is spot on, and an accent of colour. And
those
that's
lighter corners look so neat as well.
Right, aren't they? They're all right.
Fab.
And that's how you do it.
And now this is...
And that's what you see on the back of your quilt.
This is a technique that you can add to any of your quilts.
Any quilt.
So it isn't one that's not a technique that you've actually done on the quilt here. You've just added this in, and it does add a lovely pop of colour, doesn't it?
Yes, it's one of those things. If you've ever looked at your finished quilt top and thought, oh, I just need to add a little bit of some pizzazz to here, add a flange border. Now you can just get a strip of fabric, fold it in half and stitch it around and then do your binding. But this technique solves all of that in one go. It means that your binding is completely machine sewn and you're not having to hand stitch anything. And it adds that pop of colour right where you want it with very minimal effort.
That finishes it off perfectly, doesn't it? I love that. Great tip. Definitely jot down today's date to remember how to do that, because I've never seen anybody demonstrate it on air. Thanks, Stuart. Now, do not forget, if you've got this in your basket, there's 24 people who are yet to check out, and it is absolutely glorious. Brand new Moda collection. We have also put it onto 5-way split pay. 5-way split pay just for the launch. I don't know whether we're going to be able to honour it again. And I love the fact that you've got lots of different feels to this. Here you've got the beautiful whimsical, like dandelion, lovely florals. Then you've got some paisleys in there. You've got the really big scale florals, which are also, like you said...
Almost like a toile.
Yeah. Really lovely. All very classy.
It's very classy.
Soft. It's unoffensive. It's going to go with every room in your house. It's also going to be suitable for anyone you're making for as well. You know, we're always thinking, oh, what colours do they like? Or...
I think it has a real designer look. Three Sisters, out of all the Moda brands, I think Three Sisters is incredibly consistent, very classy. It's always very... gentle but impactful as well. I think these fabrics are very impactful, but they're not shouty. They're, you know, subtle, beautiful, easy to work with. I mean, the creams and the ivories alone, I think, are worth buying the bundle for because they're so beautiful. And then you've got all these wonderful, I mean, such a
I think that's
beautiful
my
art
favourite.
print,
Yeah.
really, isn't it?
That is gorgeous. I think that would make a stunning dress as well.
Oh, it really
if you can get any of these by the half metre, today's the day to do it. But if you can afford to do it, that bundle is amazing. It's also with a metre for free today and on 5-way split pay. There are nearly 30 of you now that have got these on in your basket. The paisley prints are beautiful, aren't they?
They are gorgeous, really gorgeous. Now, what I would say is, don't be afraid of putting a little accent of colour into a quilt. It can be very subtle. For example, in this print here, or this print here. Now, when we look at them closely, of course, you can see this is a cream print with that little coral.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I would put this into a quilt that was, say, blues and cream. Well, in fact, I did. You know my Radiant Circles, part of my We Love Scrap Quilting?
Yeah.
That had cream prints with little bits of red in it.
Yeah.
And the navy prints had little bits of red in it.
Yeah.
And you do not see that. It does not read as a quilt that's got any red in it. Don't be afraid of using fabrics that have a little bit of a colour in it that you don't have in your quilt. They add so much life to a quilt. It's like putting a little bit of spice into your bolognese sauce.
Yeah.
Or, you know, sometimes people will make like a Mexican dish and put dark chocolate into the chili sauce.
Yeah.
You kind of don't know it's there, but you know when it's missing. It's that je ne sais quoi, listen to me, that when we're at a quilt show and we see a quilt, it's like, I don't know what it is, but there's just something about that lights my fire. It's things like that. It's things like that. So the fact that this range has got these fabrics in makes it so special.
Yeah, I think actually, you know, it makes it different to any other collection that I've had recently. Normally, I've talked about a collection and said, it's just full of hero prints. Add your blenders, add your mixers with it. And with this actually has real hero mixers, which I think to be able to have them in Moda really makes a difference, an elevated difference. When you're thinking about the linings of your bag or the backs of your cushions and you're like, actually, no, I don't want to settle for just having a lower quality. I want to have Moda, the same as the front of my quilt. This is perfect for that.
But also, as well as you mentioned earlier on, those low volume. I mean, these are the fabrics. When I'm shopping for fabric, if I buy nothing else, I will be buying these.
Yeah.
And I have stacks of these, half meters, in my studio because they will go with anything.
They look lovely together as well, don't they? I love a low volume
beautiful
quilt.
Absolutely beautiful.
Once everybody checks out, there are 2 bundles remaining. So if you have got it in your basket, I know this always happens in the last 10 minutes that we think, oh, actually, do you know what? I'm going to treat myself. It is lovely to be able to, don't get me wrong, I appreciate it is a considered purchase, but when you are looking at putting together a huge king-size heirloom quilt, this as a boxed quilt kit, I think would actually cost you closer to £300 if it had 12.5 metres of Moda in it.
100%. It is such a good deal. And the other thing as well, Vix, is, and I know we mention this a lot, but it's the truth, these ranges are one and done. You get one chance to buy these ranges. As shops, as a website, whatever, you get one shot to buy them. And generally, as a customer, I get one opportunity to buy that fabric. I always say to people, if you're somewhere or you're watching Sewing Street and you see a fabric that you fall in love with, it crushes me. I still have nightmares about the fabrics I didn't buy. I think, why didn't I buy the whole bulk when I saw that gorgeous whatever, you know?
Yeah.
And so I don't do it now. If I see fabric that I love, I say, you know what? I'm just going to have it because I love it and I know I'm going to use it.
Absolutely. What I love about this collection is you can see that it will be used, and it will be used with so many other fabrics within your stash as well. Like when you bought the original quilt that you made, you can see how when a designer brings out, like Three Sisters, they bring a new collection, they tie together.
they
This is
do.
going to mix and match with lots of your stash that you already have as well.
But what I would say, actually, if I can just come over here for a second, is that this main fabric here, which is the one you really see, this is a Three Sisters from Moda Design. This turquoisey aqua, that is also from the same range. There are a couple of other scraps, bits and bobs that I had, okay, of that same range. But everything else, all the rest of it, are other fabrics from my stash.
Yeah.
What sets the tone of the whole quilt are those big squares. So you get that right. So when you're buying the Sandalwood collection, don't feel like, well, can I use this on its own with it? Yes, you absolutely can. You absolutely can. Like I say, a fabric like this, in fact, this quilt, you know, these fabrics here, they've got little touches of coral in. This has got little touches of coral in. Even without, if I take that out, this is now just a blue and cream quilt. You don't even see that coral till you get closer. And then it's a delight to see it.
Like you say, that's what has that extra X factor, isn't it? Like you say, you walk around the Festival of Quilts when we all go to the NEC in a couple of months, and you think, actually, what is it that elevates it? And it is having that extra texture to the eye, isn't it? These two prints, I love. Must say as well, wait till you get it home, because you won't play with this. You'll touch it, you'll rearrange it, you'll mix and match it and work out what you're going to do. But how soft is this? It's
the quality is exceptional. And it always has been. But Moda are always striving to create better and better fabrics. My top tip, actually, for when you get your Sandalwood bundle home, I hardly need to say this, touch it, stroke it, lay it out. But also, if you can, if you've got space in your house, lay it out on somewhere that's a sort of high traffic area that you walk through a lot. So if you're constantly walking past your dining table, lay out the fabrics on your dining table so that you see them every time you walk past.
Yeah, you'll love them.
It reminds your brain to think about them unconsciously. And you suddenly, before you know it, you'll come up with something that you want to make with the fabric.
Yeah, yeah.
And if you do that, you'll be amazed at how suddenly it's in your consciousness and you think, oh, I can't wait to use that fabric.
Oh, I love it. Now,
the other thing I would say is that, what about sharing this with a friend, cutting every half metre into a fat quarter? There's no way you would get 25 fat quarter, a whole collection, 25-piece collection in fat quarters for £103.
No, that's a really good idea.
No
because
way.
that you would still get all the prints, you'd get loads of fabric still to do all sorts with it. It's a massive collection. It's not very often that we do a 12.5 metre bundle, is it? That's why it was limited. It's probably going to be the only time that you get to see this on air, just to warn you. Hence why we're giving you, hopefully, lots of inspiration of how you're going to use it. We also changed the split pay option halfway through our show. There are 9 people who I think are going to miss out on that during the break. So please, please, please have a look through and see if you are successful in getting it. Because as we said, we're not ordering more. We're not ordering more. Just like that, another 2 have gone.
Yeah.
So if you do want one, we've got 7 remaining.
Yeah, it is absolutely lovely. And like I say, also, please, 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 somebody make the Haori jacket using the Sandalwood collection, because I think that would be incredible. It would be so beautiful. Or the Where the Wind Blows You quilt, the Mariner's Compass. I would pick out the compass in maybe the big points, shades of blue, and then the smaller points, the coral shades. Can you imagine having that sort of, or like the inner one in the blues and then the outer smaller rays in coral?
There it is. I mean, look at that. If you haven't already got the book, get the book. This is in the book. The jacket's in the book. The quilt behind Stuart's in the book. It's been amazing. We've now got 12 people that are going to miss out on this bundle today. I absolutely love it. And I'm so thrilled that you love it too. It's one of the most traditional yet fresh. It's got florals, but it's also got the paisleys. It's got so many different elements that I think, whether you're a bag maker, a quilter, if you do dressmaking, homewares, it covers all bases, doesn't it?
It really does.
We've loved it.
It's making me quite sentimental, because I remember buying my first maybe this is a thing, maybe all quilters do. I remember buying my first Three Sisters Moda fabric, and it was in New York, and it was in a shop that doesn't exist anymore called City Quilter. And I hunted high and low in New York to find this quilting shop, and there was only one, and it was only small, and it had this beautiful range from Three Sisters. And you know, actually, it was that sea foam. They call it sea foam, actually, that colour. And it had little rose sprigs on it. I could grab that fabric and I could use it with this range now. Three Sisters have been consistently producing these beautiful fabrics for 25 plus years. If you've any of their fabrics in your collection already, they will go with sandalwood too. And I just love that.
That reminds me, if you're like, you know, wanting to zhuzh up a spare bedroom, this is the colour that they use when you're thinking of spa days or campaigns for mental health awareness. They often use this colour because it is very calming. It'd be beautiful in a bedroom. I love it. And the colour combo with the corals and with the oranges running through, stunning. Absolutely stunning. There are now 43 of you who've got it in your basket. We don't have anywhere near we didn't start with anywhere near enough to cater for the amount of people who have had this in their baskets. I know how much you love it.
I'm getting a horribly uneasy sense of FOMO here. That fear.
It's more like you say, the more you look at it, because it's been sitting on our desk now for the last few hours, we're thinking, actually, how useful is this? It will all get used. Even if you're thinking, look, Stuart, I've bought too many collections over the last few weeks. It's been busy with John's birthday weekend. You will use this. You will use this.
Totally agree. Totally agree. It is incredibly usable fabric, beautiful, but also as well, it is timeless. It doesn't matter if you're not using this fabric right now. There are some ranges where if you don't use them right now, they'll be out of date in 6 months, you know, whereas this will still look as fresh and as beautiful in 10 years' time, which is good news when you've made a quilt, that it's still going to look gorgeous in 10 years' time, and it will wear well, it'll wash beautifully.
Just having that pop of sea foam with your neutrals. Oh, I love it.
Oh, just give them to me now, Vicki.
Okay, right. Well, we'll put you out your nursery. There you go. You can have them. Thank you all so much. Thank you, Stuart. We'll see you in an hour with the biggest William Morris quilt I've seen for ages.
And also the freshest colours. If you thought you knew William Morris fabrics,
think again.
Wait until 12 o'clock. Think again.
Stay tuned.
Yeah.
Look at it. I mean, it doesn't even do it justice in the photo.
Wait till you see the colourway I've done.
Really?
Oh, I say I, Deputy Joan.
Oh, can't wait. 12 o'clock, stay where you are. We've got 2 brand new projects with Sallieann Harrison coming your way in a couple of minutes. We're going to leave you with the call centre because I know how limited it is and I know how many people have got it in their basket over the last few minutes. Stay exactly where you are. Good luck. Well done, everyone that's got in. And I'm back with Sallieann right after this.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Join us live on Facebook from 2 p.m. for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
So many many more quilts I want to make now. I'm going to have to live to 200.
It's just been one of the best festivals I've ever been to in my whole life.
I will definitely be back and I'm going to have a quilt.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Looking for some creative inspiration? Head over to the Sewing Street website and click on the SS Hub. It's packed with ideas, tips and projects to spark your creativity. Plus you'll find the latest news and information on sewing machines and overlockers. Get inspired with Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with our social media pages. All the latest news, events, product launches and much, much more. Search Sewing Street. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Hello, welcome back. What a lovely afternoon, lunch, morning. What day is it?
We're nearly there.
Nearly at lunchtime. Well, you've been up since what time this morning?
4:15.
Yeah, so it is about.
Yeah,
It's about
I
afternoon.
begin to feel a bit, not used to it.
No, I was the same. I've had 10 days off work, and even just in that time, yeah, it's my body clock's changed completely. It now means like I'm going to bed at 11 o'clock. Last night I watched Love Island, I know. But I watched Love Island and then I was like, oh, I actually need to go to bed now because I've got to be up. Right, we have got the most gorgeous cushions. I've never actually seen anybody do anything quite like these as quilted cushions. Aren't they fab? I've got Stuart Hillard, who's organising his next show, to the side of me, absolutely cooing over these. He loves them. He's like, these are gorgeous.
I sneaked back in.
Cool.
I'm stealthy.
They're lovely. Now, Sallieann, tell me about your inspiration behind designing these cushions.
So the inspiration behind these comes from cross stitch. I was sat in the car doing a little cross stitch on the way back from the Lake District, and I'm thinking, I wonder whether I could just transfer these over. So that's how it sort of came about. And also, there are quilts out there that use lots of little squares. I think there's a really famous like tilde one, but these are much smaller, manageable projects. I mean, the tilde quilts are like thousands upon thousands of squares.
Are they done with lots of little squares then?
Yeah.
Whereas
these are just cushions, so it's a much more manageable project. So if you wanted to have a go at this sort of technique, it's not a very big project. You know, you're not looking at thousands of squares.
I just love it. They're like little old postage stamps, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. Yeah.
5p, an 8p one. It's brilliant, isn't it? So we've got one big bundle because we've just got a feeling that everybody's going to want to obviously make both cushions. So we've put together a fab bundle for you, which features all the fabric that you'll need and your pattern to make both, and it's still under £40. I know you're going to love these. Now, in your bundle, you have got 4.5 metres. In fact, 4 metres of your solid fabric. Let me show you. So you've got the lovely blue. That's a metre. You're getting a metre of white. You're also getting a metre of your lovely light pink. And then you're getting half a metre of that sort of bright fuchsia pink and half a metre of the blue. And then we've also cut 3 fat quarters in the greens and the grey, and then you've also got a fat 1/8 in the pink. So all of those fabrics and your pattern. This again feels a lovely big chunky professionally printed pattern with all of your step-by-step instructions, photographs as well, everything you need to go, your layout diagram there. And any templates needed or not? No?
No templates. Gosh, I'd forgotten. And there's a little QR code as well on the back for a little bit of video.
Oh, brilliant.
Yeah.
So you've done a bit of demo as well?
Yeah, I think I demoed, gosh, I'm pretty certain that I demoed using the fusible grid.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah, so there's a little demo.
So you've got your QR code with demo as well. $39.99. Now, it is done with lots of little squares.
Yes.
But your method makes it not too fiddly.
Not too terrifying.
To do, yeah.
I mean, it's like doing a jigsaw puzzle, really.
Oh, I love a jigsaw.
Yeah.
I love a jigsaw. And like you said, if you've seen and admired the big quilts with this technique, this is far more manageable doing a cushion, a smaller project.
Yeah.
So within the kit, don't forget, you get your pattern and you get all of the lovely solid fabrics to be able to make the blue.
I would say that you're going to need just like 3 yellows.
Yeah.
The centres.
Okay. A bit of yellow for your centre. And all of the colours are included for the pink.
Yes.
And then how have you done your 8p? Is that all embroidered on?
So that's just a zigzag on a sewing machine. Just a close zigzag. Nothing more fancy than that. I must admit, I surprised myself at how well it came out.
Yeah. Come on, really well, hasn't it?
Really well.
That looks so good. I love it. And these, I think, those of you that I like quite a densely quilted cushion as well. They're really solid. They're going to sit up on your armchair. They're going to be really nice, comfortable behind your back as well.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Is this a peony?
No, that's meant to be a
rose. Sorry, it's Ben who's saying a peony. Ben, it's obviously a rose. It's because Alice loves a peony, doesn't she?
I love peonies. That's how I definitely know it's not a peony.
Well, he's telling me a peony's just a fancy rose. No.
A rose is a rose and a peony is a peony.
Oh, OK, there you go. They're different. They're different. A half-opened peony? No, we're not getting into this debate. And look, you've got the beautiful... Are these like forget-me-nots?
Yes.
Yes! That was me, not Ben. $39.99. Now, what else you will need...
Well, if you want to use it. So it's optional. So I go over the 2 different methods. So I'm going to show you the 2 different methods this morning, which is one is straight piecing and one is using the fusible grid.
Okay.
So that you can choose between the choose between the two, or dabble with both. Make one cushion, with just a straight technique, patchwork technique, and make the other with the fusible web. Entirely up to you.
Fabulous. Now, you do also have, don't forget, your video tutorial as well as the demo that we're going to be doing today. Now, that's your bundle option. There's only one being option. Stop it. It's tell me that is not one of those that's on the cushion. There you go. Do a slow mix.
Oh, well, perhaps there is some similarity.
He says if you do like a peony, maybe you could tell people it's a peony. Ben's going to tell Alice it's a peony. Now, we do also have options of instructions on their own. If you've got a bundle of solid fabric, would you always use solid fabrics to do this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I suppose you could sort of dabble in ombre if you wanted to. Some of those ombre prints.
Okay.
That might work, but yeah.
Sorry, I don't know what Michael Wolf's doing now. There it is. Pattern is available on its own at £9.99. Sorry, I don't like my chin. My chin. What are you doing with this camera, Michael? It's just of my chin. There you go. Put it over there so you don't have to look at my face. Here we go. Now, in your instructions... Sorry, could I have the pattern back?
Right.
Pop it there.
Okay, there it is.
You do get the physical copy of the instructions, but we do also have digital download. This is your physical option, £9.99, step-by-step instructions. And it's done with a gridded sort of layout diagram, isn't it?
Yeah, just very similar to a cross-stitch. Yeah.
Brilliant. But I think maybe, I was going to say a little less fiddly. The technique that you're going to show us, I think actually does make it really sort of manageable. And it does look like a vintage stamp, doesn't it? If you go onto Sallieann's Instagram, you'll see you did a fabulous tour of your sewing room, and there was a design wall. You always have your works in progress up on your design wall.
Yeah. Sometimes I stall and it goes on the design wall and it stays there for like 6 weeks.
Yeah.
And then I think, oh, I know what to do with you.
Yeah. So you had the cross-stitch pieces, and you thought, actually, I can do this into a cushion. I can do this as a quilted project. And they look beautiful, don't they? You make great gifts for people as well.
Like you said, there's something about the texture of them as well when they're sort of quilted up, because it's sort of, I don't know, tactile.
Yeah, it's really tactile. It feels really nice, but it's also really stable. There's nothing worse than, like a floppy cushion that's just going to get all crushed. You're always going to be able to see that lovely print, aren't you? And to see that it is a rose. It is a rose. Now, we also have a digital download option. Remember, you don't need to choose, which we could have actually done, So for £9.99, you're getting the pattern and the grid and instructions of how to do both the forget-me-not and the rose as well. £9.99. Digital download, just hit purchase and it will appear straight away into your Sewing Street account. You won't pay postage and packaging. If you don't buy anything else, then you just pay that one. Or if you buy something else, then you'll still only pay you one P&P anyway all day. But they are absolutely gorgeous. And there are two different ways of achieving this, which we're going to go through in the demo. There is also another project which we're going to show you during the hour. We'll do the demo for this first, but I just want to show you because I know we didn't have a photograph of it earlier on, and it is absolutely awesome. I think everybody's going to want to make this. It's got foundation paper pieced leads at the top. And then you've got this really cool vinyl here, and we're going to explain, demystify how to insert your vinyl and your zip, but look at that. Whether it be for your pencils, for EPP, your tools, take to a workshop, to a class, it's a really lovely size. Love it. Right, so we're going back to the flower stamp cushions.
Okay.
What would you like to show us?
Okay, so the most straightforward method would be to actually piece it in rows. Okay, so obviously the instructions tell you exactly what size to cut, and you do end up cutting a lot of squares to start off with. Okay, so here's one that I've started to put together so you can see. So I've just got, what I've done is I've got a snippet of one flower which I've cut out.
Okay.
So I'm just going to do one forget-me-not, and I've started to put it together in rows. So to do this, to actually start the process off, and in the pattern I recommend this, because there's so much white, and it does seem crackers, but because there's so much white, cut your white squares first and join them together chain piece them to make the process easier for yourself. So you're going to put through pairs over, and I mean, I know it sounds crazy because you've just cut up, I don't know, 100 white squares, and now you're joining them all back together, but do it. So piece them together, chain piece them together as pairs, and then the pairs to the other pairs until you've got one completely long strip of all the white that you're going to use in either one.
Okay.
Using this method, because then what you can do is you can actually break off a row. So what I would do, so I think to myself, okay, so I'm going to need 9 for this top row. I don't know if I'm, 9 for this top row. So I'm going to break off 9, so I'm going to undo it at that point, and there's the 9. And for the next row, I'm going to need a 3, a 2, and 1. And that is an easier way than actually sort of trying to go row by row and remember how many white ones in that row and how many,
That's a really good idea. And you've got all of your white there all ready to
so
go.
You've got your great long sort of like kite, what do you call it, streamer of white. So do that. And then basically you're going to need to sort of lay it out and start to piece it together. So once you've pieced it together, you're going to sort of iron it in one direction in one row and then in the opposite direction in the next row, so that you can then see them slot together so that they nest. Okay, so you're going to nest the seams. So in the next row, they're going to go in the opposite direction. So can we see this on the camera? So that the seams actually nest together.
Oh, nice.
One direction.
Yeah.
The other direction. And then you're going to go back and you're going to press your seam
shimmy you over this way just slightly. Oh, there we go. Thank you.
You're going to press your seam open and you're going to start working down. Well, I would work from the top right the way down to the bottom in this fashion. And you can see I've pressed that way, out, working my way down on my pattern that looks like this. Okay?
I'm with you.
So so I'm looking now at the pattern and what I've done. So I'm using a 1/4 inch seam throughout, and I've got my next row ready to go in place. I think I've got it around the right way. So that would be my next row in this pattern. So
to make sure you nest, do you pin at each?
Yes, so I would pin every other one.
Do you use the little applique pins or normal pins?
Just some normal pins, usually, if I've got them. Where have they gone to? Oh, there.
Don't forget, there's only the one bundle. This is the bundle that you've got on your screen, and you bake both cushions with 4 meters of fabric, 3 fat quarters, a fat eighth. You just need a little bit of yellow for the centre of your forget-me-nots, and you've got your instructions there, all under £40. Great value for money.
Okay, so as I've gone down in the rows, I've pressed this. When I get to the next row that I'm going to put in, I don't tend to press it, because if you press it and it warps, trying to fit it to that other row is always tricky. It's always better to have it unpressed and make it fit your last row rather than make 2 pressed pieces fit together, if that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah? You've got a little bit more ease, a little bit more jiggery pokery room when it's not pressed.
So I would just actually finger press them in. So can you see what I'm doing? I'm just going to go down. So you could put a pin in every one, but I'm not going to do that. So I'm pressing them all, every other one, so that it nests. Don't want to come out the box.
And this means that you're going to make sure they all nest.
Yes, and they all fit together perfectly. So that one would go that way. There we go. Right the way to the end. Okay, so in this row, they're all going up. In that row, they're all going down. Okay?
Yeah.
Right, let's see what we can do with this. So I think I've got it set on a 1/4 inch. I had a little play with it in the...
Have you taken your stitch length down to 1.8, or is that automatic?
That's automatic.
Is that right? Is
but
that
I
what
mean,
you do?
it would be, because of the size of the pieces, I did use a smaller stitch anyway, so I'm not fazed by that at all. I think that's pretty good. It's pretty appropriate.
Do you sew over your pins, Sallieann?
No. And she did it live
on the telly. Without breaking a needle. No, no. Well, I suppose
They're very fine.
You're going slowly, weren't you?
I was.
Racing. Love these boxes that you make, by the way. That is beautiful.
Right, so there we go. So the next line is in position. Yep.
Yes.
And so what you would go in and do then is where...
Oh, we're opening our seam.
Yeah, we're going to open the seam. So, whoops.
A little mini iron. Everybody needs a little mini iron in their workroom. I spotted you got the Aliso, haven't you?
Yes. There we go. God, that was a perfect fit, wasn't it? There we go.
Yeah. It needed no easing.
No. So, and then you go on and do the same thing again with the next row. So I've already got like bits ready for the next row. And so on and so forth. It's pretty straightforward.
Yeah.
Once you sort of set yourself up and you know what you're doing, you know, have a bit of a process. And I would say, I mean, it always works better with a friend.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm saying that, it would be great for a guild thing, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
You know,
oh, lovely.
If you could work it, two of you in a team and say, oh, you know, I'll set yours up and hand it to you on the sewing machine.
Yeah.
And you set mine up. And, and then
that'd be lovely to do as a project together.
Yeah.
And because you are going right from the top all the way down the rows, like you would with a cross stitch.
Yeah.
Yeah? So you imagine we've completed the whole front, but there is also another way of doing it. Is that what you wanted to show next?
Yeah.
Now, what you will need for this is a special kind of interlining, interfacing. It's a full gridded sheet. I have not seen this, by the way, for so long. We've got this in especially for Sallieann's show, and it's really, really useful because it's an interfacing, but it's got a grid on it. So to be able to position the squares, then this is perfect. It's got the glue sticky dots on the back, hasn't it?
So it's got like a fabric side and the glue sticky dot side. And when you if you're going to set yourself up to use this method, I would definitely, what I do in my sewing room is set up a white, make a rather large sort of ironing area and put a white sheet right across the top because you want to be able to see the lines in the grid from the front.
Right,
okay?
yeah.
That's what I mean. If you put that on a brown background, you'd never see those lines. So you need to make sure you can see the lines before you begin. And the other thing you need to remember is you need to really make sure you've got the glue side up.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Please don't be sticking it to your iron.
Yeah, exactly. Because otherwise you could place all your pieces in position and think that they're on there, iron them, and then realise that you've just ironed a piece of filing to a white sheet.
Yeah, yeah. Absolutely.
So,
but it's brilliant. And this is, so is this a different technique entirely? So I wouldn't be putting them together in rows?
No, you wouldn't be putting them together in rows. So I didn't have any of that grid, so I've got a slightly bigger grid, but it works in exactly the same way.
So will this size work?
Yeah. Yes, that's the one that I used for that one. For that one.
For this one.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
So, yeah, you can see, again, so what I've done is I've got like a snippet of the pattern, of the rose pattern, and I've just put it on this grid.
Is one sheet enough to be able to do both cushions, do you think? You get 1 metre by 90 centimetres. Or shall I get a couple of them? You'll use it anyway. You will use it.
I think you need a couple.
Okay.
Yeah.
Get a couple of them.
Okay, so the way that you use it, as I said, you're going to set yourself up with that ironing area and you're going to put your grid down with the ironing fusible side uppermost. And then what you're going to do is you're going to start placing, you're going to follow the pattern, the grid pattern, which is in here, isn't it? Mm-hmm. And start placing all your pieces in rows going across. So it is like a massive jigsaw puzzle.
Right.
So you do the whole thing, the whole cushion front, you put all of them in position. And what you might want to do is to use one of those Teflon sheets to help you sort of fuse it in position so that you don't get any of the glue off onto the bottom of your iron, because you could end up with a bit of a sticky mess. So you want to iron it from the front, when you're using the grid, and you want to turn the grid over and put it on at something Teflon or whatever and iron it from the back. You want to make sure that there is no way your squares are going to fall off.
Yeah.
Because it would be really difficult to sort of get halfway through and find out that 3 squares fell off like 3 rows back.
Yeah.
Which has happened to me.
Yeah. You're speaking from experience.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm just going to fuse these last 2 into place.
And I suppose once you've got the grids and you've got those patterns, you can do it with larger squares and make yourself larger cushions, couldn't you? Because the grid that you're using, it's got larger squares than the one that we've got. So the size that you're going to be making up will be like this when you've sewn them together, whereas this one will be slightly bigger.
Yes.
But that's cool because once you've got those patterns, those grids, you can make them from bigger squares, yeah.
You can do. I'm just looking to see if I have got any paper or any. I haven't got the. I didn't bring the.
Oh, is Levi in here? Do you have a Teflon sheet? If so, you know, one of the fuser mats, please. I don't know if he's in here or not. Oh, Michael Wolf knows where they are. He's going to get one for us.
Yeah, because that is really useful when doing this sort of thing, so that you don't end up with a gummy iron. Oh, lovely.
Thank you.
Fantastic.
We had iron cleaner on the show earlier. Yeah, is this the same one that you've got with one of these as well?
Yeah, I've got that bit at home. So I'm just going to iron.
Thank you, Michael.
2 into the corner. And hope that they're all stuck on. The ones around the edge are the ones that tend to be the most problematic. There we go.
Thank you.
Right. So once you've got your piece, what you're going to do is you're going to fold it and you're going to find roughly the middle. And then you're going to sew. So I folded it in half, like it's right sides together. I'm going to go for 1/4 inch.
Oh, hang on. Where were you sewing then? Oh, all right. Okay.
Folding
so you folded it over.
on the lines.
Yeah.
So I'll just sew 1. So this is 1/4 inch. I think in my pattern I say use a scant quarter. So if you've got a scant 1/4 foot, use a scant quarter.
So that's just slightly less than 1/4 inch.
Just
like literally a
slightly.
needle.
Yeah.
A thread's width in from your 1/4 inch.
So that's your first line. So then you're going to work out from the middle, and I'm going to work out to the next row. To be honest, I haven't seen a lot of this in the UK yet. But when I was in, I've just come back from America, from California. And when I was there, I was in a quilt shop. And there are whole books now of quilts that are made using this method.
Oh, brilliant.
Yeah, which is, it's quite surprised me that there's actual designs specifically for this.
What sort of wadding would you put on the back of it to quilt it? Do you use H640 still?
No.
No.
I used something really, really lightweight. I think I probably used a piece of like flannel.
Right, okay, yeah.
Because you don't want to add too much bulk.
Yeah.
And in doing this as well, it probably helps if you go in one direction and then back in the other direction. Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah, does that just give it, make sure it's straight, really straight, so you don't get any banana-ing?
Yeah. Banana-ing?
Yeah, banana-ing. That's a technical term, is it not?
It is a technical term.
You know what I mean.
Yeah, I do. I know exactly what you mean.
Remember when we first met, I would never have a clue what we were talking about. If you were like, yeah, so one direction then the other, because you get banana-ing. I'd be like, what on earth are we talking about? I get it now.
So I'm just working my way out from the middle all the time. Just folding it on the lines, printed lines.
Are you still doing workshops, classes? Do you still teach?
No, Not at the moment. I haven't done anything like that for a little while now. But yeah, this is the sort of project. It is sort of like, you know, do the jigsaw puzzle and then set yourself a time to just sew. You know, just to get the sewing machine out. I mean, I must admit, I've done this a couple of times on like an industrial machine just to get through it. But I do quite like this bit. It's like fast driving, isn't it?
Yeah.
With the radio on.
Yeah. Absolutely. Oh yeah, you don't need to think too much about this bit, but also it's a lovely project that you have got lots of little different elements to it. So you would sew through it. Do you do then the same across the other way? Once you've sewn all those lines.
Okay.
Just conscious of time.
Yeah. So I'm not gonna.
Yeah.
What you need to do before you sew in the other direction is you need to clip into the seams.
Ah. Okay.
Okay. So you need to clip on the line into the seams. How are we doing for time?
We've got about just over 25 minutes-ish, so we want to go on to the next project in a moment. But
you're going to clip.
Okay.
You don't want to clip into that line of stitching, but you want to clip as close as you dare.
So that's a nice sharp pair of little scissors.
And you're going to go all the way along like that.
Yeah.
And then, like you said, you're going to fold it in the other direction. Let's just put a few more clips in a row so that you can see. Do a row. Right, so then you're going to start sewing in a different direction. You're going to fold it in the other way.
Do you talk about this method in the video tutorial?
In the video tutorial, you see me with the actual sheet, right? So that you can see how I manage it under the machine. So what I'm going to do with this row is I'm going to flip these seams upwards and the one underneath downwards.
Okay.
So it's going to go up, down on the back, up, down, and that's the way I'm going to sort of even out the bulk. So I'm going to make sure, so this one's going up, so the other one's going down. And once you get going, it sort of automatically begins to fall that way.
Yeah, you can see that that's the way it wants to go anyway.
Yeah, the first one is always the most difficult, and then you've sort of given it a lead and told it which way you're going to want it to go.
What I quite like about this method is you're not pinning at every point. You're going to get that automatic seam matching if your 1/4 inch is accurate. It just does that for you.
Yeah. So there you can see I'm going to go in the opposite direction.
Yeah, that is really clever, isn't it? I hope we do start seeing more of this technique as well. Maybe you need to bring out some more.
Yeah, as I say, I saw sort of bigger pattern with, you know, like 60, 70 inch, and they were all using this particular grid. So.
Get the grid whilst you've got it in stock, because we got this in especially for Sallieann's show. But they are absolutely lovely. And don't forget, there is also a video tutorial, a QR code on the back of the pattern, which will talk more about the sheet and this technique. $39.99. Remember, you're getting 4 meters of fabric, 3 fat quarters and a fat 8 and your pattern for $39.99. They are fabulous. Now, we also have another project, brand new project. You've spoilt us with 4 new projects. I know that we've not seen Sallieann for nearly a year, since last August. So we said, right, we've got to do something brilliant. Now, this is a brand new pattern. It's a fab. Look at this. Whether you're using this for your pens and your pencils, this could be a little EPP pouch, this could be where you keep your rulers. I mean, then, when you've got the concept of how to do it, you're going to make loads of these for all sorts. And even if you're just using this as a section with plain fabric, how handy are the pouches? Now, we've got 2 options. I've got a lovely pastel and I've got a bright. Is it the one with the grid? Is it J? No, this one. Oh. I'll open it out and you tell me which one's the... Well, that looks like the brights to me. Is that pastels? Or is
that's the pastels.
That's the pastels.
Yeah,
Brilliant.
that's what the demo's in.
So, pastel, look at how gorgeous this is. Is that the one we're going for, Ben? You've got all of your pastel rainbows. You've got your pencil tips, so that lovely wooden effect as well for your lead, or your pencil tip, sorry, not your lead. Your lead's the colour. And then you've also got your lining, you've got your stripe included, and those stunning pastel shades for the pencils. Sorry about the web image, I believe it's wrong, but this is the one that you're getting. And within your bundle, you get also your PVC, so you get your vinyl, and you get your black and your pattern. Now, it is FPP, do not be put off by that, because it is this section here that is FPP, and that's it. Just the top of the pencil. And we can all manage that, can't we?
4 pieces.
That's it.
That's it.
4 pieces. We can do it together. We can do it. But I love it. For anybody who is a quilter that then wants to try some other bits, inserting zips, working with vinyls, doing some lovely quilting, and how useful is this going to be? I love the pastel colourway. But also, of course, I know the Brights is going to be popular as well. Let me show you the Brights. The Brights comes with, again, your pencil box pouch instructions. It comes with your black, it comes with the vinyl, and it comes with this fabulous Brights panel. All of your colours for your pencils, your pencil tips, your pink lining this time, and then you've also got that lovely pinstripe, the black and white pinstripe.
Binding, yeah.
This is such a cool design. What do you use yours for?
I've got some pens in it at home. I must admit, I've got to keep all my Sharpies in it.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
All of your marking tools, your Derwent intakes, pencils. It probably fit the whole.
Yeah, you probably fit them in boxes. You know,
Yeah.
pencil boxes.
Yeah.
In there. Yeah, keep them all together.
Yeah, that's lovely. But also, for the kids, if you know anybody, like I was actually just organising all Maisie's colours, this is lovely to make for someone, you know, who's a school teacher, loves art, going off to college or...
Yeah.
Really nice.
Yeah, my daughter-in-law, G, I mean, she's like a bit of a stationery addict. She loves this sort of thing. You know, she collects stationery.
Yeah. Do they still do smelly gel pens?
Yeah.
I know stationery is a hobby in itself, isn't it? So if you know someone, but even like your little mini rulers, you know, like the little creative grids, or smaller rulers, or something that you want to take to a workshop, that could be your EPP pouch.
Yeah.
Couldn't
Yeah,
it?
could be.
It's lovely. It's a great size. Love the stripy binding. Love the stripy little placket on the zip.
Yeah.
We've got some fab zips available as well.
I did notice the zips when I came and I thought, I love that zip.
Yeah, we've got a rainbow zip. For you.
Yeah.
Step-by-step instructions. You've got all of your photographs included. You do also have your little FPP template as well. And as you can see, 4
pieces.
small
That's it. 4
pieces of fabric. It's absolutely manageable. Right, we've literally got about 15 minutes, just over 15 minutes.
Okay.
Pattern is available on its own. Oh, sorry. Yeah, let me just quickly show you the pattern on its own. £9.99 for your pattern. So, look, if you do have your own colours that you're thinking, yeah, actually, this is going to be perfect for my stash, that's a lovely pattern to add in, isn't it? There is also the physical or digital option. Digital's about to be on your screen. £9.99. You can click download, or sorry, it's purchase, isn't it? Purchase, and then of course that will just go straight away into your Sewing Street account. The panel. Oh, I'm so sorry in advance. There's people going to be missing out on this. Which one have you got first? Pastel. Panel is available individually. If you do want that pastel panel on its own, it's got that lovely turquoise lining. Gorgeous. Then we also have the Brights panel. These are designed especially for the pencil box pouch, but if you do want rainbow fabric panel in your stash, £14.99. Oh no, the single figures on both of those panels individually. Now, working with vinyl, we are going to talk through some tips of working with vinyl if you never have before. The vinyl comes in ½ metre. Is it by the ½ metre, do you know, Ben? It's cut to order. So this is what ½ metre looks like, and it will be cut to order. Now, any sort of, you know, obvious things that we should know about working with vinyl?
use a very low iron on it.
You can press it there.
Yes.
How do you get the
Very,
creases
very
out?
low.
Because if
Yeah,
it comes
exactly.
folded,
you can just put it under like a paper or generally paper. I use just an ordinary piece of paper and lightly sort of iron over the top. I don't sort of like, I don't like to iron it too much. So a light iron here and there is fine. But
and do you use a special foot or anything, a Teflon foot?
No, I don't use a Teflon foot.
No,
because of the way I've designed the pattern, the foot never touches the vinyl.
Right, it's sandwiched between fabric anyway. Brilliant. Pins, no go with pins?
No go with pins. You would use clips.
Okay.
These sort of clips.
I love it though. This is so lovely, isn't it? What a gorgeous project. If you just want to scratch that itch of doing some foundation paper piecing without committing to doing a really big project, then this is perfect. Now, the main graphic is going to be for the pastel, which is the one that Sallieann is working with.
Okay, let's find my glasses. I don't know how I can manage to lose my glasses when I'm right in front of them. They need to be attached to me. Right, so I'm going to start off by showing you how to make a pencil. So this is just one pencil from the panel, and you can see that I have foundation pieced the tip, okay? So we're going to have a go at foundation piecing another tip and attaching it to another pencil so that you can see how it begins to go together, because I know that people are a little bit wary of this.
I know you love foundation paper piecing, don't you? Didn't you do that fabulous Audrey Hepburn?
Yeah.
It was amazing.
It was
amazing.
I loved making that. It was great.
Was that last year? The year before?
Year before, yeah.
And I still remember that. That was probably one of the most. That was my turning point with foundation paper piecing, where I thought, you've got to try and learn it so that you can do something like that, because it's just amazing.
Okay, so all I've done is trace off the foundation pattern, design from the pattern onto a piece of, and this is like foundation
paper. Is it the Carroll Doak
Yeah,
one?
the Carroll Doak one. That's exactly what it is. And I've tried other papers, but I've always gone back to the Carroll Doak.
Right, okay. Does it fit in your printer?
You can get different sizes. You can get an American size and an ordinary A4 size.
Right, okay, yeah.
And you can put it in your printer, Right, so here we go. Here's my foundation pattern. What I'm going to do is I'm going to turn it over, because you actually piece something on the reverse. Right, this is where people get confused. So the first piece, and I can see number 1 written there on the, I don't know if you can see it that way. I'm going to hold the first piece in position over that number 1, which is the wooden part of the pencil. And then I'm going to get the next piece and put that against right sides together, and that will be my piece number 2. And when I've sewn it, it will come up and form the tip of the pencil.
Do you tell us the size of the fabric you need to cut to do the foundation paper piecing, or do you just want enough to be able to cover it?
It's just scraps, really.
You have plenty on your panels.
Yeah.
I mean, more than enough, ample amounts. And it's even things like that, that if you're buying the panel, you'll get that wood effect fabric, which you probably don't have in your scraps.
Okay, so I'm going to set it to a small stitch length, because you want a really small stitch length to help you pull off the paper, because it will perforate the paper better. And if you use a fatter needle as well, that will also help.
So are you going just on the line, or do you start slightly off the line and go onto it?
So I am starting right where the line begins, and I'm going to also do a little, I think that's probably because the pin in it doesn't like that.
Oh no, I've jinxed you now saying about it. You've put your stitch length down to 0. Maybe it's that.
Probably. Didn't realise it zoomed down. I'm going to have to...
Just rethread yourself.
Yeah.
Just while you're rethreading, let me quickly remind you, the pastel version is the one with the lovely green lining, if I'm not mistaken. Let me triple check. It is. It's that the lovely turquoise lining. And the panel, as you can see, has so much fabric. So you're not just going to be making one of these. You will be able to absolutely make a couple, especially as you've got, you might need to add a little bit more for your lining or for your binding, but you do get the whole panel as well as your ½ metre of black, and you also get your vinyl included. You don't need to go out and source vinyl, and you get your pattern with your FPP template, which you can just literally trace out onto the thinnest coat photocopy paper. £24.99, I think that is brilliant value for money. Are you back up and running,
I'm back up and running, so I'm doing a little reverse at the beginning and at the end. Okay. It's done a little bit of a nesting job there, but that's okay. So I'm just going to press this then upwards. So let's take that out, that out, that out. Okay. Get ourselves a pickle. Right. Okay, so there's our tip and the wood part of our pencil. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn it over. Where is my trusty bit of cardboard?
Ah, do you ever use one of the add a quarter rulers? They're good for FPP as well, aren't they? There you go. Oh, I like the mini one.
Yeah.
Ben, we've not had this in, have we? It's the mini add a quarter. Oh, I like that.
Okay, so I've now turned it over so I've got the right side facing me, and I'm just going to pull back the paper and literally add a quarter and trim it back. And I'm going to do the same the other side. I'm going to hold my cardboard on the pencil line.
Oh, can we just shimmy it forward slightly? Oh, perfect, thank you.
And then add the quarter. Okay. So now I'm beginning to see the pencil shape. So now I'm going to add the outside edges. So I want to add piece number 3 next. So, just going to, I know these are way too big, but okay, so I know now that if I place my next piece on that cutting line, the line that I've cut, that it is going to be a perfect fit.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to turn it over and use the right side.
Do you find as you get more confident and experienced, you use smaller pieces of fabric, or
Yes.
do you always give yourself a generous amount?
I tend to give myself a generous amount, I must admit. I'm probably very wasteful. There you go. So there's that one. I'm just going to finger press that one outwards. And then this will be the next piece. So again, that's piece number 4. When I flip it back, it needs to cover completely that area. So if I just adjust it to make sure, and you can sort of like hold it up to the light and make sure that it covers that patch.
We use light bulbs.
Okay, so I'm sewing on the right side where I can see the numbers and all the action is happening on the back.
And you are literally sewing on the line?
On the line.
Just on the line. Don't need to worry about your seam allowance. That's what I think when you get your head around the flip, flip, flip situation, it's actually sewing on the line, and it means that you always get accurate points.
Yeah, you get
Always.
really crisp points doing it this way.
I actually think it makes it really easy once you get your head around
it. Yeah.
Do you find that people, when you're teaching, that they get a light bulb moment?
Yes, they do.
I absolutely get it now.
Yeah, they definitely do. You can sort of almost feel the penny drop. It's like, oh yeah. If I just go that, it's going to work. Okay. So there.
Nice. Doesn't it work well with the black background as well?
Yeah, it really does. So then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go in. Well, actually, I could use this one, couldn't I? And just cut it out on the pencil lines. Okay.
How long do you leave your papers in for?
I leave my papers in as long as I can, to be honest, and then I take them out at the last minute. Sometimes I manage to con my husband into doing that bit. Right, so this is your pencil strip. So all you're going to do now is add that on the end, and then you've completed. So I'd probably put a pin in this if I was home.
Oh, this is such a good block to know how to do. You could do smaller pencil cases with just one, couldn't you?
You could.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could do like 3, perhaps on a long, thin one, couldn't you?
Yeah.
So let's just get rid of all this mess. Where'd my other one go? There it is. So you can begin to see how they're
nice
forming up. Let's put it on.
And do you have strips of black in between as well? Yeah.
So we just move on now to try and get all this out of the bag. Go. Right, so you can, I'm just going to place these on here, and because I haven't made like a complete front panel, but you can see how the pastel one is going to begin to sit. Yep.
Lovely, yes.
Right. Oh, I need a longer ruler. We've got a longer ruler.
Here we go. A very long ruler. Oh gosh, sorry, too long.
Too long.
Let's see.
Let's go.
Oh, Levi, we might need a slightly shorter but longer ruler.
Shorter.
Just right. Goldilocks' ruler. Ah, I'm so sorry. Oh no. This is what happened on Sunday, wasn't it, Michael? No, that's the one I've just picked up. Sorry, yeah, we might not. To hand.
I'll go with the super long one.
Yeah, perfect.
Just right. Perfect. Ooh, got that down. Right, so as I said, I've prepared something which hasn't got the pencils on, and I've made it into a sandwich because this is the way I do it in the pattern. So you imagine that the pencils are on there. I have got the H640 iron to the back.
Fabulous.
I have got the lining fabric also on the back.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
So what we're going to do is I'm going to imitate the pencil. Okay. I'm going to cut away that bit. And then we've got the beginnings of the pencil panel. Then this is the pre-cut vinyl, which I'm going to put just here.
Do you give us the measurements of what to cut your vinyl? What do you cut vinyl with? That's a silly question. A rotary cutter,
yeah? Just a rotary cutter. And then I've brought this from the back to the front. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to put it on here.
Sorry, I'm just going to push your thing forward. Your head keeps getting in the way a little bit. There we go.
Yeah. So, I'm then going to use some clips to clip that seam in place. So I've got all three pieces going on in there. I've got the lining, I've got the vinyl, and I've got the wadding attached to the black fabric. I'm struggling to get hold of these.
Sorry, can we just move your head back slightly? Our overhead camera is just...
Am I still back in it?
It's really a natural way of doing anything, isn't it, like this? Ooh. Thank you, thank you.
Right, so... Right, so now I'm going to sew my 1/4 inch seam all the way along there and pray that this works. Should do. Thought about it enough.
So yeah, you haven't changed your foot, you haven't put any washi tape under? No, I've seen all sorts of different hats, but because you've got the fabric on the top and on the bottom, it's not going to stick.
No.
Have you changed a different needle or anything like that?
No. Nope, nothing fancy.
Just don't pin it, clip it.
Yes.
Just while you're sewing along there, can I show you the zip options that we have today? Because they're gorgeous. They'd look great with the pouch. We've got the black with the rainbow. And we've also got the white with the rainbow teeth as well. They're nylon, they're not metal. I think they're by the 1/2 metre, so if you want to get those. And we also have those fabulous iridescent zippers that
Sallieann
uses
gorgeous.
As well. Aren't they?
They're like jewels, aren't they?
I love them. They're like the tulip pink ones. I love them. Fabulous.
Okay, so we've got to this point. So what you're going to do then is you're going to pull this to the back, and so it all fits together neatly like this. So don't know whether I'm going to give that a press or not. I think perhaps if I just put some pins in it.
Yeah, don't worry, you might just need to talk us through a little bit because we have, again, hot out of time.
So I would top stitch it then. So I would pin it and top stitch it. And then what you're going to do is you're going to straighten it, get rid of the excess, which is, so basically you're going to cut it. And square it up. So then you have front piece ready. Where's my other piece gone to? And I've already made the piece that goes above the zipper. So what you're looking at now is the piece that goes above the zipper itself, and then the binding for that top edge, which is going to sit in there like that.
Nice. Oh, that gold zip looks nice, doesn't it? It gives you a chance to play around with those nice big fancy zippers.
Okay, so, and then, so you can begin to see how, so this is the complete front and how it goes together.
Love it. It's all in the instructions, don't panic. Anybody who's worked with Sallieann's instructions before, then it is all broken down with photographs, with instructions, and you've got your template, don't forget there as well. Thank you so much for bringing us so much gorgeous newness.
Good.
And you're working with Jen upstairs as well, aren't you,
Yes.
on the next show? It's
Yeah.
not going to be in a year from now.
No, it's going to be 31st of July.
Hey, 31st of July, pop it in the diary. Are we doing our quilt festival weekend then as well?
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yes, hence I'm bringing a quilt.
Brilliant.
I think it's a long time since I've done a quilt for Sewing Street, but this one is dear to my heart.
Oh, really excited. Thank you so much for bringing us all these. It's absolutely beautiful. Well done everybody who's got them. Please do make sure you're checking out on any of the kits, from the lovely cushions and also your pouches. We'll see you in next month, July. Now, we've got, in just a couple of minutes, Stuart Hillard back with one of the most epic William Morris quilts we have ever had. And I am so intrigued because Stuart said to me, you think that you know what William Morris fabrics look like? Oh, no, just you wait. It is fresh. It's absolutely gorgeous in the other colourway as well. So wait until you see it. Stay tuned. We've got 2 different colours. That's the one. It's absolutely huge, really achievable, but gorgeous as well. So stay tuned. They've already been selling on pre-order. Excited to see the other one. Don't go anywhere. Stuart's joining me right after this.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Join us live on Facebook from 2 p.m. for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
So many more quilts I want to make now. I'm going to have to live to 200.
It's just been one of the best festivals I've ever been to in my whole life.
I will definitely be back, and I'm going to have a quilt.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Looking for some creative inspiration? Head over to the Sewing Street website and click on the SS Hub. It's packed with ideas, tips and projects to spark your creativity. Plus you'll find the latest news and information on sewing machines and overlockers. Get inspired with Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with our social media pages. All the latest news, events, product launches and much, much more. Search Sewing Street. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Are you ready for a creative journey? Stay right where you are because from 1 p.m. to 9 p.m, Hobbymaker is here to inspire the crafter in you. Join us for an exciting lineup of crafting demonstrations, exclusive deals and expert tips that will spark your imagination. Whether you're a seasoned pro or just starting out, there's something for everyone. And you're in safe and crafty hands as we work with the biggest brands the crafting industry has to offer. So grab your favourite drink, get cosy and don't miss a moment of fun. Stay tuned and make sure you keep it right here and let Hobbymaker fuel your passion for creativity. See you at 1 p.m.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Hello, welcome back. Oh my word. Talking about Save the Best Till Last. We've been so excited about this all day. It is absolutely huge. There's always a buzz in the air when we have a brand new William Morris quilt, Stuart. But this one feels really special. I
know.
love it.
It is. It's absolutely gorgeous. And I think what it is, Vix, it's the colours and the designs. We think we know William Morris fabrics. And then this quilt kit has come along and it's absolutely blown my idea of William Morris. It is absolutely William Morris and it is gorgeous designs, but there's a real freshness about them. The colourways are beautiful, and actually the blue kit, which I've been working on with Joan, is stunning. The red I had not seen before today. These honeysuckle blues.
Yes.
Just divine.
This is sometimes with quilt kits, there are certain prints in there that I would sometimes say, oh, swap it out for something else because you just want to keep that print. And what I love about this is that you've actually got that one block where it's all dedicated to that fabulous honeysuckle fabric.
And then you see the border. I know. The border is so special. It's really... And actually, the border on this quilt is the accent block in my colourway that I'm going to be showing you. So you've got a lovely crossover between the two. And actually, if you wanted to make them both for, say, twin beds, you could, and they would sit really nicely side by side.
I think Red House, isn't this the house in North London that William Morris not only built and designed, but he also lived in? It was the only house that he also lived in.
Exactly right, yes.
And I love this collection. It's the first time I've seen it in a quilt kit, and it is called Saffron Grove. It's gorgeous. Now, we obviously have to start with the one on the wall, but with that in mind, Stuart has been telling me you will love the blue colourway of it. You're going to love the blue colourway. Oh, yeah. But look at it in that. It's not just red. It's like plum. It's got maroons. It's got grape tones in there. It's amazing. Yep. Now, price is the last hour of the day. We've had the most fabulous show today. We already decided pre-show that we wanted to do something brilliant for you. Both of these, though, we want to be a sellout. We love it. It's under £200. And come on over, because aren't these just the most stunning fabrics?
I looked at it and I was like, oh, I can't believe William Morris. It's so fresh. And those lovely soft pastel tones. I always think William Morris is kind of rich, dark, very Victorian, you know, which so suits my home, Vic. It really does. I don't necessarily associate William Morris with these more pastel, fresh tones. Of course, you've got iconic prints in there, like the acanthus, beautiful willow.
Willow's actually a smaller border in this, is around the large border. They then use willow as a second border as well.
Accent, absolutely.
Oh, and a lot of these were, I think this was a May Morris embroidery design, actually. It was a babe coverlet from Red House. But they are beautiful. Look at this. So, you are getting, there's your print.
This
border
blew me away, actually. I just think that is stunning and so different. So different. And you know, for me, I think almost this has a feel of if Lewis and Irene and William Morris got together to make a range, it might look like this. Because this is everything I love about Lewis and Irene fabrics, because I think it's a little Celtic. You know, like they do their Highland Cowsons, they're the little Celtic. You've got that little Celtic knot in there. The colours are sort of heathery, thistly, which makes me feel it's almost a little Scottish. Do you know what I mean? Was that your Scottish accent?
It was, sorry, to offend anybody.
Oh, no, no.
See, I was thinking vibes of Anna Maria Horner, pinks and purples.
Isn't it, what you get from it?
But like you said, so different to what we expect for William Morris. Then you've got your classic golds and teals and all sorts. Three-way split pays on. It's a big quilt. It's 221 centimetres by 170. It's big, but absolutely manageable. I'm just looking to see what sort of quilting's been done on here, and actually, you could just do, they've done like a stipple sort of effect, but you could literally do quite minimal quilting on this. It's all about the fabrics, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I mean, I think actually just a big crosshatch would look amazing. A 3-inch wide crosshatch, just over the whole surface, would look absolutely magnificent. Very beginner friendly. It's a very beginner friendly quilt as well, actually. I'll show you how easy it is to make.
Well, is it one block essentially that you're piecing, and then you've got your squares?
Blocks. There's 2 blocks, because those accent squares actually are snowball units. So it's a square, but snowballed corners. Super easy to do. I'll show you how to make both blocks. But these fabrics, this gorgeous honeysuckle, the May Morris embroidery design, that is stunning.
I mean, and when you see how much fabric you get in a quilt kit as well, I think it is brilliant. Look, this one's a whole, well, it's almost a metre, isn't it?
Yes,
it's over half
it
a
is.
metre.
Well over.
Am I upside down with that one? But look at this. Is it the same print as the border, just a different colourway?
No, it's a totally different scale. This is a much bigger scale of print. I think it's absolutely magnificent, isn't it?
Oh, it's stunning.
And I haven't seen these fabrics by the half metre, Vix. Have we had them?
We have launched it, but as I said, literally once and it all went.
Yeah.
It all went. So if you do love these quilt kits, it's the first time I've actually seen it within a quilt kit, and it is gorgeous.
Yeah. Joan and I went through the quilt kit together, and we were both amazed at the different look for William Morris. Yeah. Really lovely.
Now, we did say we want a sellout today. We love this quilt kit and we know how much you would love it too. Now, there's 2 different colourways. So, we've got more than we normally would have it if you add them all together. We will match the price on both colourways. If you want the one that's on the wall, this is the one to go for, and it is no longer $239.99. We did talk about this. We said we wanted to get this to a brilliant price, and we had a little bit of wiggle room today, which isn't very often that we get the chance to do.
Are we going to wiggle?
We're wiggling. We're wiggling and jiggling. Are you ready? Go for it, Ben. Rip the plaster off. He's actually now, he's backtracking a bit then in my ear. Do it. $179.99. I love this colour. It's gorgeous. And the size of the quilt, it's such a great size as well, isn't it?
It is. So that's the kind of size that I would use on anything from a single to a queen size bed. So for a single bed, it's going to hang over the sides, traditional quilt style. On a double bed, it's going to top the whole thing beautifully. On a queen or a king size, I'm going to put it the other way, kind of landscape, across the largest sort of proportion of the bed. And then probably what I would do is I would use my bits and pieces, my leftovers, to make a couple of accent pillows, probably rectangular accent pillows.
Like bolster cushions.
Pop those, and then the whole bed is dressed.
Yeah.
But the good news is too that 170 by 221, you're going to be able to quilt that on a domestic sewing machine with ease, particularly if you do something like that crosshatch across the surface. Using your walking foot, you're going from one side of the quilt to the other. I would use masking tape. So use that masking tape to, on the quilt top, to mark the line, sew next to the edge of the masking tape, and then once you've stitched it, just measure 3 inches out from that first stitch line, lay your masking tape down again, so you're not even marking the fabric. Because there's a lot of darker colours in there, and it's, I mean, you could use, say, like a chalk wheel, but I would just use masking tape.
Oh, can we see the blues? Just because the way that you were talking about the blues, I've got a feeling that people are going to want to see both. By the way, you get so much honeysuckle in this. It's crazy.
I know, it's lovely.
Look at this. Meters and meters and meters again.
Well, that is a lot of fabric. Wow.
All of this
Oh,
is
sorry.
just your honeysuckle.
That is a lot. Wow.
Incredible. Right,
Gorgeous.
so, thanking you. Now, yeah, I know, now Ben's going, maybe I shouldn't have dropped that price so low. We were doing well under 200. So to be able to get it to 179, I think is fabulous. Thank you, Stuart. Okay, Saffron Grove in blue. Now, this is the one that you and Joan were looking through and saying, this is not what you think that you know what you're looking at with William Morris. And maybe you've already made a William Morris quilt and you love the prints that you get, but want something really fresh.
Yep.
Something a little bit different.
And it is using a lot of the same prints from the red version that we've seen.
Oh, okay.
But with the most beautiful blue fabric for the border.
Right.
Which again we were looking at and we were saying, this is so fresh for, and different for a William Morris collection. So the good news is, this is your accent square. These are your snowball blocks that you're going to use. This dreamy print, absolutely gorgeous. You've got those lovely plummy shades. You've got that May Morris embroidery there. Look, one of my favourite prints.
The
lemons. Now, this is used to create that inner border around your quilt. Okay, so that fine border.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
See it there.
Yeah.
And then here, look at this for fresh.
Oh, this
summery.
is gorgeous. This is another May Morris print, isn't it? This is Flowers by May. That is lovely. Look at the texture in the background as well. Just say this is going to be my main border.
This is your wide border that goes all around the quilt. So absolutely stunning, a stunning addition.
Do we not have as many of these, Ben? No, we don't have as many of this colourway. If you love this colourway, please be quick to check out. There's loads of you who've got this in your basket. We've matched the price as well. It was supposed to be $239.99. We've now got it under £60 on split pay. £179.99 or $59.99. That's going to be your snowball block.
And you've got the same neutral, you've got that stone acanthus in there as well. So this is going to go alongside the red version so beautifully.
Yeah.
The main difference is that blue border, which I just think is incredible.
And like you say, it's 2 blocks. It's actually, this could be your first big quilt. Do you know what I mean? This could be your first William Morris quilt, which, we do get very excited when we have a new William Morris quilt kit. And they're all free spirit fabrics, aren't they?
There's literally one skill, one technique in the quilt, which is stitch and flip corners.
Right, and we'll go through that as well.
I'm going to go through both blocks, but they both use the stitch and flip technique. It is really simple and straightforward. I'm going to show you how.
Now, when you get it home, you do get instruction sets, and they have a key, which do also give you all of the actual fabrics that you have within your kit. So whether you go for the blue or whether you go for what they call the red, then yeah, you'll be able to get the key and all of your instructions, as well as Stuart's demo, which, as we know, whenever we have a demo with Stuart Hillard, you always make me feel confident that, you know, yeah, I can do it.
Oh, good. I'm glad. Well, I always say I only do the easy stuff because life's hard enough.
Yeah.
Right?
We want to enjoy ourselves when we sew. This is a hobby.
Fun.
Yeah.
Quilting should be fun. Quilting should be easy. I think so. Sometimes you want a challenge, but I just love enjoying the fabrics. So big shout out to Joan, who did an amazing job of getting the blocks ready.
Would Joan ever come on the telly?
Oh, I think we could tempt her on.
I think we should, because I hear so much about Joan. I feel like I've created an image in my head of Joan and want to see her in, you know, I think we should bring her on.
Actually, you know, we made the decision to keep her identity a secret for a very long time, and she was never, I'm joking. We realised after ages that I'd talked so much about her, but nobody had actually seen who she was. And I'm sure the first time we ever put a picture, she kind of like hid, so it was just her eyes showing. We did have a giggle doing it, but yeah, she's a very, very, very dear friend of mine, and often my brain's trust, and certainly a great creative helped me. So yeah.
Is she up in Yorkshire?
Yeah, she's literally down the road from me. So we get together every week. We spend a lot of time oohing and ahhing over fabric, as you might imagine.
Yeah.
And also as well, Joan's worked alongside me for all of my books, apart from the very first one. So right from You Scrap Sew Blocks, Make 100 Quilts. I remember Joan came down to London to the photo shoot. And actually, she makes a cameo appearance in my new book, Make 100 Bags.
Oh, nice.
She's modelling.
Oh, fabulous.
She's modelling.
Oh, we need to get her on the telly. We need to bring her on.
I agree. So these are your 2 blocks that you're going to make. Lovely, aren't they? And really easy. This is made in 4 units sewn together. This is 1 whole block. So let's start with the snowball block. And don't those accents pop on the corner?
They do.
Really highlight that print.
On the plum, because on the one behind you, it wasn't until you said, when I thought, actually, it does connect that sort of chain running through, having the blue, but it is more obvious, I think, on the blue colourway.
Yes, you see it, that's one that you see more when you get up close to it.
Yeah.
Whereas with the blue version, it's a bit higher contrast, and so that pops a little bit more. But I've just got my iron switched on. Nothing like being ready, is there? Come on, iron, you can do it. I need my hot nails, just do it with that.
You've all got the memo, by the way, about your cotton...
Broderie anglais.
Yeah, anglais.
I know.
Sallieann.
So on trend.
Stuart. And our guest on Hobby Maker as well, all coming in looking fabulous, all summery.
So
I didn't get the memo.
So on trend. I think possibly you're supposed to wear them without a T-shirt underneath, but nobody wants to see that on me.
No, Sarah said, Levi's girlfriend Sarah says, no, you wear a vest underneath.
Oh, you do? Fair enough.
I did try to say, no, you don't wear a vest.
So look, for this snowball block, all you're going to do is cut your large square.
Yeah.
No need to fussy cut this. It is beautiful everywhere you look.
Think about direction.
Just think about direction. So on the quilt, you are going to make sure that all of those blocks are up the right way.
Yeah.
Now, the good news there is that when you're piecing the block, there's no direction to the actual piecing.
Okay.
So you can piece to your heart's content. You do not need to be switched on when you're doing that, particularly in terms of direction. Just when you're putting your rows and blocks together, keep the direction consistent throughout. So I've cut my base block. I've cut my accent corners, my snowball units, and what I'm going to do now is use a friction pen to mark the background, okay? So on the wrong side of each of these squares, I'm going to mark a diagonal line from corner to corner. Now, I'm going to use a friction pen and mark each of those. Try and make sure when you're doing this sort of job that you sort of leave the width of the pen gap so that when you draw from corner to corner, it truly is from one corner to the next. Okay. If you've got a multi-mat, this is when the sandpaper board comes into its own because it will hold the fabric still and it will stop it moving at all when you're marking. But you can see how I sort of almost scratch the pen along. If you do it in one stroke, that's when you can distort the fabric. So
scratch it or use the sandpaper. You might know this actually, Stuart, because I haven't been here for a week or so, but do you know did you do a split play show on tools by any chance? No? Somebody has done a split pay show on tools because the multi-mat is on split pay.
Right.
And it's £6 on split pay. It's like on 3 split pays or something at the minute. It was on the show this morning, so if you do want one of the multi-mats that Stuart was mentioning, have a look underneath us and you'll find the blue spotty one. And it's got the iron, the cutting mat, the sandpaper as well.
Without question, it is one of my top tip tools. I think everybody should have a multi-mat.
Yeah.
Whether you're a dressmaker, whether you're a quilter, they are super, super useful. I've got 3, and you know what I mean? I have to have them everywhere I sew. Right, so I've got my sewing machine on. I'm going to use a centre needle position and a straight stitch. I'm going to reduce my stitch length to 1.8. That's the stitch length that I like for quilting. If you wanted to, you could spray starch your fabrics or best press them before you start. Always do that before you cut the fabric out. Don't start spray starching fabric, you know, shapes, once you've cut them out. And I'm going to sew on that drawn line from corner to corner. Now, this is a quick and easy job. I'm going to use some scissors just to snip my thread as I go. And I'm going to go around all 4 corners. Okay. Now, as always, I recommend that you do 1 unit first. So don't do all 4 corners until you've done 1, flipped it back and checked the fit. You want to make sure that if you're going to do something 4 times, you're doing it right. If you're going to make a mistake, you only want to make a mistake once, right? So straight stitch, corner to corner. And then the last one. See, these blocks take no time at all. They're simple, they're easy. If you can follow the line, you're absolutely in business.
And you always make up a block of each first anyway.
Totally.
Even, you know, you must have made
scrap fabrics,
hundreds or thousands of quilts over your years of expertise.
Yeah,
And
hundreds of thousands might be pushing it, but...
Hundreds or thousands?
Hundreds or thousands, definitely.
I reckon you've probably got into the thousands.
I think probably.
Crazy.
Yeah, but I still make a test block.
Yeah.
Not with the kit fabric, of course, with scrap fabric.
Yeah.
Because if there's anything wrong, and it might be the pattern, it might be you, it might be the cutting, you know, you don't want to cut into your lovely fabric. So once you've done that, and I've cut across the corners with my stitching, I'm going to go in then with my hot thumbnails, and I'm going to push that back, and I'm checking for the fit, all right? I want to make sure that when I fold this back, it meets the corner and covers the base fabric perfectly.
Ah, so before you start cutting that corner away, no. Okay.
I'm just finger pressing that back, and that is a perfect fit, okay?
Yeah.
Making sure on all sides. Do that on all four sides. If there's any inconsistencies, you're a little bit off on one of them, don't just say, oh, well, I'll just trim it square, because what we need is not only a square block, but we need this and this to be in the right position. If it's been hanging off and it's not exactly where it should be, it'll throw your work off. So once I've done that and I've checked everything, then I'm going to go in with an iron and I'm going to press into place.
There are 12 left of the blue, only 12 left of the blue. Please remember, I know it doesn't say on your screen now, but if you're just tuning in, this was $239.99 and we've discounted it a lot. In fact, that's how much money off? £40, £50, £60, £70 or £60? £60. £60 off.
Lovely.
That's great, isn't it?
Oh, gosh. I mean, if I was buying anything and someone said you can have £60 off, I'd be like, take my money.
Yeah.
Although I must admit, at the weekend, we got a bit carried away, to make you laugh. Our TV died.
Oh, no.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. And we were all set to watch the second episode of Grace. So we were quite excited. Charlie got it all set up. I'm making a cup of tea. I walk through. I say, why is the TV screen black? And Charlie said, oh, well, I just put it on pause. But actually, the backlight had died. Oh. So we didn't watch Grace. To talk to each other.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. It was all right. Anyway, we went next day to buy a TV, and we should have measured. We knew roughly what... Of course, we got home with the equivalent of, you know, the Odeon cinema screen.
What?
And we didn't even take it out of the box. We were like, there's no way that's going in there. So we had to admit defeat, take it back, get a new one. Anyway, Charlie was talking to the television last night.
Wow.
Right, once you press them back, once you press them back and they're out the way.
I feel like TVs are like mobile phones now, though, aren't they? That after so long, they start to say, no, you need a new one now. Because I feel like I haven't had mine that long. It's probably 10 years old. It's already, my friend said, oh, no, you can pause on this and you can do this. I was like, no, not on my TV. Yeah, should I upgrade it?
We've had ours for probably 15 plus years. So it definitely doesn't owe us anything. So I'm just using scissors. You might be thinking, why aren't you using a rotary cutter, Stu? But you could do. But I actually find it a bit quicker and easier just to use scissors.
Right.
Now, this delicious fabric...
What are you doing with those?
That's not getting wasted.
Oh, good. Are you going to sew them now so that you do something with them?
I am.
Because otherwise, they might go in a scrap drawer or a bag and then they get warped or you forget about them. Whereas if you stitch them at this moment, so you're just going to stitch them literally together.
Yeah.
Make them squares.
Yeah, I'm just using, a rough 1/4 inch seam allowance because at the end of the day, once I've made these, I'm going to press them, I'm going to trim them to a specific size, or possibly not, I'll just leave them as they are, and then when I'm making a scrap project in the future, if these are big enough, I can trim them to the size I need in my actual quilt pattern, you know?
Well, if you think you've got 17 of those snowball blocks going on there.
Right, times 4 corners.
Yeah.
34, 68.
That's a lot of corners.
I think it's 68 half-square triangles that you could get out. So just press them back and give them a little iron, and then I would use... You don't even have to have a square ruler. Once you've got them all pressed back, and they're all tidy, then all you've got to do is just use the bottom of your ruler like this, line this up with the diagonal, And I could probably trim that. It's probably going to be about a 2-inch square that I can trim. Trim all 4 sides. They'll be perfect. And you know, real bonus out of your William Morris quilt kit.
Of what you would say were supposed to be
Waste.
scraps, waste. Yeah. Brilliant.
Absolutely. These fabrics are much too nice to waste. So there's block number 1 done.
Fab.
How easy was that?
Yeah, manageable. Absolutely, we can all do that.
Totally. Total beginner could make that. Right, second block is this fabulous kind of firework of a star. I love the movement in this, the way it's spinning, the way it's kind of jetting off. And when you put them together, you get this lovely...
chain.
See, where this is the joy of a 2-block quilt, where you get the 2 blocks interplaying with each other. So what we're going to do, let me break this down. We're going to make this in 4 quarters, okay? And if I turn it now on the side, you can actually see the units. We've got 2 rectangular units, which are going to be sewn together to make 1 quarter. And then once I've got my 4 units, I can sew them all together. Now, this again is no templates required, no paper piecing. This is stitch and flip. Let me show you how easy it is. So we're going to start with 1 rectangle of the pink fabric. So I'm going to make this unit here. So I've got my pink unit there, my pink rectangle, and then I need 2 squares of this lovely cream background fabric. Now, same again, I'm going to use my ruler and a friction pen, Friction pen.
And a multi-mat, if you've got one.
Multi-mat, if you've got one. Much easier. Okay. 1 and 2.
There's less than 10 of the blue colourway, and once everyone's checked out, I actually think we're oversubscribed, to be fair. If you've got the blue in your basket, don't wait for the end of this block. You can get it.
Now, I would say, even though this is a directional fabric, you know, there is a way up, I would say...
I'm not going to lose sleep over it being the other way around.
And these units twist and turn all around each block. And, you know, so just, I would say, cut them, piece them. Same with this, you know, doesn't matter. Right, so I'm going to place one of these at the top, okay? Diagonal, doesn't matter which way it's going.
Okay.
At this stage, either way is good, okay? And I'm going to sew on that line.
On the line, not a 1/4 inch to the side of it.
No,
on the line.
On the line. Yeah, not around the eyes, look into the eyes. You're under. You know I'm a qualified hypnotherapist.
No, you're not.
I am.
Are you?
I am.
Oh my gosh, what haven't you done? You've been here before.
Yes.
You've had a lot of life.
I have. I did, yeah. I did a psychology degree.
What?
I did a human psychology degree. And, well, Freud was one of my lecturers. No, I'm joking. Not that old. But, yeah. And afterwards, I was really fascinated by hypnosis as a tool for therapy. Yeah. And I was particularly interested in working with people with phobias. And hypnotherapy is an amazing therapy. And so I did. It was about 2 years. I studied at university in Birmingham. To do clinical hypnotherapy. So not the stage stuff, not going to turn anybody into Elvis. Yeah, and I worked for several years afterwards.
Oh, it is brilliant. My mum had a really bad phobia of birds and she had hypnotherapy. Yeah, and it really, really helped, really worked. Do you know Bruce has got a phobia of buttons?
Button phobia is one of the most common phobias. It's about number 7 in the list.
Really?
Yes.
And our Bruce working on Sewing Street.
Yes, I know. Yeah, it's really... And it's much, much more common amongst men. Much more common amongst men. Yes. So I've stitched and flipped, okay? And once I've stitched and flipped, I'm going to go back in and I'm going to trim away. So again, stitch that up, don't waste it.
That's another one.
Now the next one that I add matters where I put it, okay? Because look, if I was to put this unit here and stitch across, I have made a flying geese unit.
Yeah.
But It's
We
not
don't
a
want a
flying
flying
geese
geese.
unit. No, it's a parallelogram. So actually what I need to do is I need to make sure that this goes in the same direction as the first, so that when I flip it back...
So before you sew it, just check, flip it back like that, and see that it looks like what you want.
And compare it. So when you make your first unit, keep that first unit, don't sew it into a block. Keep it here in front of you, and then every single unit you sew, refer back to the original to make sure that every single one's the same, because every single unit, regardless of the orientation in the block, is the same. So that's important. So flip it back, check, and then once you're happy, bob your pin in, and we'll stitch this unit.
It's a lovely block, isn't it? In fact, this is going to look really nice in lots of different colourways. And I'm thinking, you know, those snowball blocks, if you want to do embroidery, this would look lovely in solids as well. If
it would.
If you want to use the pattern again, once you've made it with your William Morris, or make it in your solids first if you want, and then do it in your William Morris afterwards.
That's right, that's right. Well, also, you know, all those fabrics that we say are just too beautiful to cut up, they're perfect then for using for that snowball block, because although you are trimming off the corners, the majority of the fabric block is kept whole. So it's good for directional fabric, it's good for large-scale fabrics. So there's my first unit, all made. Super easy. So that's that. And then now my second unit, now I'm just going to bring this down here so you can see. So my second unit is exactly the same orientation as the first, but I've got cream at the top and this stone colour at the bottom. And that's what creates the pinwheel in the centre of my block.
Nice.
And again, it doesn't matter on the orientation. This unit is exactly the same every time. See how beginner-friendly that is?
When you see it broken down, it actually is straightforward, isn't it? When you see it in 4 quarters.
Very straightforward. That's why I say this block is truly, or this quilt is truly beginner-friendly. Nothing to fear here.
I suppose it's all about just getting yourself a bit organised with your cutting process and your, you know, your fabrics. But because you've got the key here, it just is,
And I would say, I know instructions, and these instructions say, you know, cut 158 of these, cut 240 of those. I never do that, Vix. I never do that. My books, I always write for 1 block you will need, and I say cut 1 block. And I actually really love the process of cutting out 1 block, making that block, and then doing the next. And there are times where I might cut out 3, because I've got a couple of hours to sew. But it's much nicer. I used to be really into that kind of factory production method. And then I thought, I don't work in a factory. I don't want to work in a sewing factory. I'm going to enjoy the process. So I started slowing down a bit. And actually, it doesn't slow you down at all. Right, so remember, the cream is at the top. Okay? So again, flip it back, make sure it's in the right position, have it next to the one you've already made so you can compare it. And all these things will really save you from the dreaded Grim Ripper, that seam ripper, having to, I call it the Grim Reaper, having to unpick, because nobody likes unpicking. So I'm going to sew straight across. And again, all these bonus half-square triangles.
Oh, yeah.
So I said about making accent pillows to go at the top of the bed. Well, actually, you don't even have to use your leftover fabric. You can just use...
Yeah, your half-square triangles that you've made. That's it.
That's right. So I'm going to flip that back and press it.
Ring single figures for the blue. I do love this fresh colourway. I think this is lovely. And remember, it's very, very similar to the one on the back wall. The only difference really is that, you know, your main wider border is with this print here. And I love that.
Yeah, it's gorgeous.
It's really beautiful with the lilacs and the yellows, the buttercup yellows.
It's really fresh and pretty, isn't it? It's really pretty. I often, if I were to describe or to use different adjectives to describe William Morris fabrics that I'm used to, I would call them handsome fabrics, good-looking fabrics, almost those kind of masculine adjectives that we would use to describe attractiveness. Whereas these, I think, are softer, prettier, more feminine, gentler, but still very much William Morris.
Still powerful and dramatic. Still bringing the drama that we want from...
Oh, bring the drama.
Yeah, love that.
So I've oriented the diagonal in exactly the same position as the one above it. I'm going to sew and I'm going to flip. Okay.
We are cooking on gas, doing ever so well with our time management today, I must say. Normally I'm always like, oh, we're racing, we're running out of time, and we're actually...
Like a well-oiled machine.
Yeah, we're doing well.
Done it before, haven't we? Right. I hope everyone's going to stick around for an extra stitch.
Oh, you're doing extra stitch.
By the way.
I've not done extra stitch yet. I've not been asked to do extra stitch yet.
Yeah.
No. No.
Oh.
They haven't asked me today. I didn't know until Sallieann told me. She was like, oh, so what's this extra stitch? I was like, oh, it's upstairs. It's brilliant. I've heard it's great fun. And yeah, I'm not doing it. I'll stick around.
Now, give you another quick tip. When you're doing these things, maybe don't trim the background away until you've made your first kind of these units, because then you can put them side by side and make sure they're correct. If you'd sewn one on the wrong way or both of them round the wrong way, you could just unpick that line of stitching and you're back to before you started piecing. The minute you trim fabric away, you've committed, which is why I always flip and press first. Because if there's anything wrong with the block I've made, I've got another chance to get it right. So that's spot on now. And all I need to do is flip those two units together.
Are there any seams that you want to match here?
Well, just the ends.
Okay, just the ends.
You just want to match the ends. I would say if you have cut accurately, sewn on the line, flip back, it matched the corners, you've done everything up to there. All you need to do is match the ends. Everything else will fit together. It'll be right. It'll be reet, as we say in Yorkshire. It'll be reet. I never actually say that, but... So keep sewing all the way down to the end.
Have you made any interesting desserts
Friends?
or any interesting friends? Any nice cooking tips for us this week?
Well, of course, rhubarb is very seasonal at the moment.
Do you grow your own rhubarb?
No, I don't, but my friend Jo does.
Yeah, I've got a friend who has rhubarb, and they grow loads of rhubarb, don't they? So I do go and pinch some off it.
It's a vegetable, not fruit.
Vegetable? Is it? There's a fun fact.
I didn't know, but our viewers did. Yeah.
So what do you do with rhubarb then?
Well, I do like sort of, maybe like some lovely pork chops, mashed potato, and then have a side vegetable of rhubarb. No, I don't. It is a vegetable, but not like that. Not like that. But it is really nice with something like an oily fish, like mackerel. Rhubarb sauce, beautiful. But no, yeah, rhubarb crumble, rhubarb pie, rhubarb fool that I am. Yeah, gorgeous.
I'm really, really trying to get Stuart to do a cookery book because you've got fantastic recipes.
Do you know, shall I say this on air and then it might happen?
If it happens, can I come and launch it with you?
I actually wondered, my new collectible pattern series,
Yes.
We Love Quilting, what would you say to a little recipe here and then slipped in?
Absolutely.
Still
I'm there for that.
three projects in every one, but maybe a little extra seasonal recipe?
Yes.
Might that be nice?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Message in.
Okay, right, there we go. Well, you see, John did this the other day and said, who wants another John Scott calendar? Email in. And Hayley said, well, if we get 100, we'll do it. And then it was like, all right, three people have emailed it. So I'm afraid I want a John Scott calendar. That should be enough. Yes, I'm afraid to ask. But yeah,
Do it,
that'd be nice. I've had no messages today.
Where's all the messages, Ben? Have you opened? Do you know what? Facebook isn't working, so I haven't been able to do it on the Facebook. But yeah, if Ben hasn't put any on the...
No, I've been feeling a little abandoned.
I know, yeah, me too.
I'm only kidding.
Look,
there we go. There's the unit. There's the unit.
And you're making 4 of the same of those?
Yeah. Look,
in the same orientation, yeah?
I'll show you, look. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Exactly. Ah!
There you go. Jane. Thank you for messaging.
Jane, shall I? I like the little smiley face with the tongue hanging out.
Rhubarb and ginger with orange juice is delicious.
Lynn, that's tea sorted.
Oh, look, right, I've just got a feeling Ben's not been telling us all our messages. Here you go. Hello, we're definitely Stuart. Yes,
Great.
yes. We want recipes.
Good. Because my publisher said absolutely not.
Okay, well, we'll do it here. Yes, please, recipes.
Okay, no problem.
You've had at least 3.
Will do, great. Okay, I think that's enough. I think decision made.
Yeah.
Do you agree? Okay, fine, let's do it.
I love it.
Now everyone's going to have a special request. One of the things I have to put in is my gorgeous chicken tray bake. Oh, so delicious. Greek-style tray bake.
Is this the one with the cider? No, did you?
No, it's just potatoes and black olives and garlic and oregano, olive oil and all sorts of lovely things, roasted potatoes, new potatoes, all roasted together. And then
you are with us. Look, we've got at least 40 messages now. There you go. Recipes, please. Richard in Bristol.
You've been so quiet. I thought you weren't there.
Good morning. I watch every day. I love it. And it definitely put recipes in, says Sonia.
Brilliant. Sonia, you've got it. You've got it. No problem. Yeah,
Brilliant.
So that is the second block. And you just make 4 of those units.
Yes,
All
please,
right,
Megan.
then, Megan. It's, sorted. Yeah.
Oh, I'm pleased I opened up the
Have we had
floodgates
100
to that.
yet?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. I don't do a lot of baking, I'll be honest.
You make your own butter, though, and everything. I find that amazing.
Such an earth mother, aren't I? The thing is, I love it. Even though I'm really busy, it is something that I find it so soothing to spend time in the kitchen and so grounding, you know.
Does Charlie cook as well, or are you the main cook in the house?
I am the main cook in the house, but Charlie is a great cook. We do these things called Bill's Night, which is like our version of date night. And basically, we love Bill Granger, the Australian chef and food writer. And we've got all his cookbooks, and we do Bill's Night. So basically, one of us takes it in turns, and we pick a starter, a main course, and a pudding from across the different books, all Bill, and cook it for the other, you know. And then the other can just like take the afternoon off, you know, go to the gym, go for a swim, go for a walk, whatever, sit watching telly, you know, and just be spoiled.
Yeah.
But sometimes we do it for ourselves as well. If I'm at home on my own, I'll do a Bill's Night for myself because there's nothing wrong with a bit of self-love. So yeah, and it nourishes the soul, doesn't it?
Yeah. Oh, please share all the knowledge with us.
I will do, promise.
Thank you.
Promise. Right, there's your block. So literally, that is it. Now, what I'm going to do, because I want to show you how the blue colourway comes together. So what you're going to do is you're going to make all your blocks, and actually, if you're somebody that likes to kind of keep up as you're going, there's no reason why, when you've made 2 snowball blocks and 3 star blocks, that you shouldn't sew those together into a row and put row 1 to the side and say that is done. Make row 2, 3 snowball blocks and 2 stars, sew that in a row, and then join row 1 and 2 together and set that aside, that done. Now, all I would say is you only want to do about halfway like that, piece together in 1 block, and then do the other half, piece together in 1 block, and then join down the middle.
Right,
It's much easier to handle rather than keeping on adding another row all the way down.
Right, I'm with you.
Okay.
Been too busy watching to message in, lol. Says June, but yes to the recipes.
Bless your heart. Bless your heart. Thank you. Well, I'm glad you've been watching intently because it's been a fun old day, I think. Don't forget the extra stitch at 2.
Yeah. Are you doing this on your own? Or
I'm doing it on my own, but with Ben. So Ben will be there. Like Jiminy Cricket to my Pinocchio.
On your shoulder.
Yep. So what you've got then is you've got this absolutely gorgeous lemon fabric.
I love that lemon.
It's really gorgeous, isn't it? And this is going to create your border, your first border.
So fresh.
So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to kind of mock it up so that you can see how it's going to look. So,
are you doing some sewing on Extra Stitch? Are you doing a project or are we having a chat?
Well,
cooking.
Let's do you know what? Why don't we we are going to have like some of my patterns and things like that. So we'll definitely talk through some projects, but also I think it would be a really lovely opportunity for a bit of an informal, let's get to know each other just a little bit better.
Yeah.
Unless everyone knows me well enough.
I know we haven't been on Facebook, but don't worry, it won't affect Spree. We will definitely be live on our Facebook page, our official Sewing Street Facebook page, 2 o'clock. You watch Stuart for an hour. Does that mean that everyone will hear you, Ben? Everyone can hear Ben. He's not just in your ear. He's physically there, not on camera, but
physically there.
Yeah.
We should all be afraid.
I know, exactly. Anything could happen if you can hear Ben for a whole hour.
So I'm just going to lay this down.
Oh, because this is our nice big wide border.
Yeah, and I do this at home all the time and in my studio when I'm auditioning.
Auditioning, I was going to say. You audition your fabrics, don't you?
I totally do.
I can see why actually now they've picked out that beautiful May Morris blue and then the lemons. It all ties together really nicely with the yellows, doesn't it?
It does. And you see how gorgeous
Love that.
is that? And that's about those same proportions as there are going to be in the quilt. So you can really get a sense of how it's going to come together. Now, I think that is stunning. And I think it's a really kind of lighter, fresher William Morris than we've perhaps seen before. And I think that's definitely the influence of May Morris, daughter.
Yeah.
She was a bit sort of the force behind the power, wasn't she? Actually, a lot of designs that you say, oh, William Morris, it's May. It's May.
Yeah, when you talk about the Morris Collective,
Yes.
it's worth, and read up on her because, like you said, she is fantastic.
Yeah.
She was the head of the textile department for a long, long time, but her designs are absolutely beautiful.
Yeah.
Just so you know, once everybody's checked out, I think there is literally 1 or 2 left. Lots of people have been waiting for that moment right there
That reveal.
to see the reveal of how it's going to come together and seeing your snowball beautiful fabric there with that chain, which, as I say, is really, really, really visible in the blue colourway.
Yeah, it is so effective. And the way you get that diagonal joining of the blocks is such a clever... sort of, it's not an accident, of course, it's designed into it, but it's that sort of loveliness of a 2-block quilt, the way they join up together. You get so much more out of the blocks than you would individually.
Remember, it's supposed to be £240. We've taken it down under 180, which means your split pays are under 60. You will use that pattern again. I tell you what, that is a really good pattern. If you've got a focal fabric that you just don't want to cut up,
Sandalwood.
use it. Yeah. Those big...
The Sandalwood collection, oh my goodness, that would look amazing done in this.
Yes.
You got that mega bundle. If you didn't, grab it now. It's such a beautiful range. It's such a beautiful range.
Just so you know, very, very quickly, Sandalwood, if you love it, you're getting a whole metre for free at that price, and we've got now 38 in baskets. If you want to watch the show back, then you can click on the TV guide and watch any of the hours back. We launched it today at 10 o'clock. If you want to see us oohing and ahhing over that gorgeous collection, there it is. The sort of lovely corals and salmons and navies and sea foams and lovely creams as well. It is gorgeous. Joe, the blue that Stuart has put together, just so you know, this colourway, there are now, well, oversubscribed, way oversubscribed. If you've got it in your basket, make the most of it. Thank you ever so much, Stuart.
Oh, it's been an absolute joy. I've loved it.
It's lovely to see you. Now, right, Extra Stitch, 2 o'clock on Facebook.
Yep.
So we can enjoy more crafting with Stuart.
Yep.
Now, also, when are you back on air tomorrow?
Yes, I'm back on air tomorrow. I'm presenting tomorrow, and I've got 2 amazing guests.
You got Jane Greenough!
Yes, I do.
Oh, and you've got lovely Jo as well, Storage for Crafts.
Yeah.
Oh, I absolutely love Jane Greenough. She makes me laugh so much that sometimes I think, oh my gosh, what story is she going to tell next on air?
I know. Just fabulous. You know, one of my idols from being a stitcher, way before any of all this happened, you know, it's one of those pinch me moments. I think, I'm standing next to you.
Oh, she's lovely as well. She's so lovely. So yes, tomorrow you're going to have a fab show.
Yeah, it's going to be
so
ace,
much.
but stick around for an extra stitch.
Yeah, extra stitches coming up in an hour from now. Join Stuart on Facebook, and of course, Hobby Maker are about to take over with lovely Dave Bradford. Thank you for your company. We'll see you soon. Bye.